And we are live! Hi everyone! Hi Void. Oh my gosh. Whew, this is gonna be... 2 streams in 2 days! Yay! By the looks of it, I'll need to do 3 more next week. I have the time for it, but... that's gonna be very exhausting. But I have to catch up. I want to finish it before Valentine's at least. Oh god, what the stream for Valentine's Day? Hi Strapstreams! Welcome to the stream. Reminded to all of you that you matter, you're valid, loved, worthy of love, important, allowed to have emotions and bad days. I'm so proud of all of you for existing. I'm so thankful that you're around. Ah, the best message of all. Thank you, Navzi. That's something everyone needs to hear. I haven't seen you yesterday, so yeah. I have recovered from my illness, and I'm back from my break. I haven't streamed in 2 weeks. God. Has that ever happened before? I know that I took like a week-long break sometimes, but 2 weeks? Yikes. I need... illness is a B. Oh well, hope you're doing well as well, Strapstreams. Okay. Today, we shall continue with one of the best cases I have ever encountered. This case is a flashback case with Miles, with Edgeworth's father, Gregory Edgeworth. And it is amazing. And I will continue it immediately. So, the intro is gonna be short for today. Let's go, let's go, let's go! Oh, we're back. Aw, the flashback is over. Unfortunate. Oh well. April 2nd, 10:15 AM. The Zodiac Hall Fountain Room. Woo! Went deep on that one. Sorry, Miles Areno. Didn't mean to bend your ear for so long. Sheesh, I'm stuttering already with the first sentence. This is gonna be a doozy. I had no idea that was how it all came about. I read the files, but they don't go into anywhere near that level of detail. Huh. I bet they'll paint things in a much rosier light for the prosecution too. Well, Karma was the one in charge after all. Yeah. What happened with the case after that? Well, what with the ice sculptures vanishing from the victim's room, things hit a bit of a rough patch. So rough, in fact, that it took a full year before they could even reach a verdict in the trial. What? A year? This was back before they brought in the whole initial trial thing. Ah, before they could finish it in 3 days. You didn't have to finish up in double quick time like you do nowadays. I see. Did they ever find out how the victim's creations managed to just disappear? Well, they were sorbets of frozen desserts, or whatever you want to call them. Ice, in other words. And if it's made of ice, it can melt, which is exactly what they concluded must have happened. But there's a chance that wasn't how things actually went down. What do you mean? So this place is a gallery these days, but back then it was Samson Tangaroa's place, yeah? Indeed. And the site of the I-7 incident. Well, word is France's ice sculptures are suddenly back on display, 18 years after that fateful day? What? The very sculptures the victim made? Who knows? Could be they're just modeled on the originals. But I figured it was worth coming down for a little look-see, just in case. Good idea. Seems like the least I could do for poor old Gregory. Yeah. Well, alrighty then. Let's go take a look at these icy marvels, shall we, kiddo? I believe they're on display in the Winter Wing, as it's very snazzily known. Okay. So, Winter Wing. Over here. Huh? I don't believe it, it's locked. Huh. The gallery's open for biz, but the Wonder Wing's off limits? What gives? Thunder. Perhaps you should look more closely at the pamphlets we were given. The Winter Wing is over there. Zodiac Hall. But isn't that an autumn... Wait, what? It is? Freaky. Could have sworn it was this one. I mean, this is... These are maple leaves. These are autumn leaves. Isn't this supposed to be the autumn wing and this is the winter wing? There's a pine tree here. Anywho, shall we? Time to dive on in and see what we should have seen 18 years ago. Oh my god! Those two! And a kid! I don't recognize that one. But oh my god, the references in this game! I love it so much. Ugh. See, they're still keeping it chilly as all heck in these rooms. I'm about to turn into a popsicle stick. It is the winter wing, you know. But you're right, it's like a freezer in here. Could be a trick of the light, but it feels like the whole room is made of ice. The temperature controls will be somewhere at the back there if memory serves? Yes. Wait a second, I'm seeing one of the salt lights! Why is it there? Hey master, can you go keep the degree count? Thinking a complaint to the management is in order. There is such a thing as too cold, yeah? Alright, if you insist. Take your time, mosey around and taking the sights while you're at it. I've got a camera and needs to prep for action. Feel like your pop might appreciate a picture of all this. I'll put it on his grave so we can have a gander. Aww. Of course. First of all, hello! So, how about this? I scream out, oh no! This must be the work of that villain, the mask! Yeah, and I go, that's me! The legendary Master Mask! Yeah, and then... No, say that and you'll be in cuffs before you can blink, Ronnie. You've got to take us more seriously. Otherwise, how are we gonna get this market to market to sell? What exactly are these two plotting? Okay. Nice sculpture. That's Castor and Pollux. That's Gemini. What star sign was I again? 19th of March. I was a Pisces, I think? Or like... Wait. Some explanatory text. A grave near Castor and Pollux. Every year in December, countless shooting stars can be seen emanating from this constellation. So then the mask needs to... Ah. I wish these two would stop talking so loudly. It's difficult to concentrate. Never mind, I'll just go take a look at some other exhibit. Aries! That was the one. I thought it was an Aries or a Pisces. I think I was a Pisces, though. I'm not really in the know of horoscopes. There are two large ice statues on display here. Guess these are remakes of Frostwork from 18 years back. Real ice-catching stuff. Ice sculpture's a heck of an art form, huh? It is. These are the works my father never got to see. To think that I get to see them instead. So many years later. Sorry to point out while you're deep in a thinkle, Meister, but would you mind looking this way for a sec? This way? Beautiful! Yeah! Just like that. Oh! That is so cute! Aww! Selfie! Thunder, really? Say cheese! Aww! Please don't do that again. I don't like having my picture taken. Same. My bad, big guy, my bad. Had to check if this whole thing was still working is all. No, you just wanted the picture to show Gregory later. Aww, gonna cry. Now that you mention it, your camera does look rather ancient. Yep, vintage model. You ever heard of an instant camera? It develops a picture right after you take the shot. Still twists my noggin trying to think how it works. I know what an instant camera is, although I've never used one. Should've known it was Mr. Know-It-All would know it all. You really are your father's son. Alright, step aside. We need to get some good shots of the room here. More shots of Edge. For all his joking, he looks very serious about the pictures he's taking. He must have his own theories about the IS of an incident. Whew, I should have been a paparazzo. These are gold. I mean, you do like someone from the paparazzi. Now that I take it. You do look like a journalist. Like paparazzi. And they develop right away. Wanna see? Well, since you've already shoved one in my face. Alright, Brainiac. Question. What do these two sculptures represent? They appear to represent Taurus and Gemini. Two constellations best observed during wintertime. Taurus and Gemini? They look like Virgo and the Ram. Aries? Yeah. They look like Virgo and Aries. Bingo! We should see scores! Oh, you're a regular encyclopedia, Milester. Guess that's why this is the winter wing, right? Because you have the winter star stuff on display here. Huh? What? Gemini isn't the... I thought people, like, born in summer get the Gemini sign, not... How the frick is Gemini a winter sign? I don't know enough about constellations, let's move on. Anyway, seeing as I'm the nicest little broke on the block, that one's yours for keepsies. Thanks. So the victim made these same zodiac statues out of flavored ice for the contest 18 years ago. Sure did. Lovingly crafted, life-size desserts. I only ever saw the old ones in photos though. But these are the spin of the originals. So this is what he wanted to show me. Yep, think Gregory would have wanted you to see him too. And I may not have had it in me to come here on my own. Sorry to drag you along. Not at all. I'm happy to be able to see where my father's final case unfolded. Good to hear you say so, Palio. Let's say we grab another quick snap to commemorate this heartwarming occasion. Absolutely not. You're lucky you managed to snap one, Fender. And only one. Hello. A boy wearing a backpack. What's he doing in the art gallery on his own? She wanted to run a gallery so bad she just quit the industry? I don't get it. I just don't get it. Does this boy know the owner of the gallery, perhaps? Maybe. There's a huge block of ice on display here. Must be incredibly heavy, though maybe not, with it being hollow on the inside. There's a constellation engraved into the surface along with some explanatory text. The Pleiades, known to some as Subaru. Subaru? Subaru. Anyway, they form part of the larger constellation of Taurus. Why cram so many stars into one tiny part of a single constellation? Guess people in ancient times weren't hugely careful about such things. Alrighty. Salt lamp. This lamp appears to be made of rock salt. It's illuminating the diagram of the zodiac just above it. Yes, both Gemini and Taurus are not only zodiac signs, but constellations. They're visible during winter. Ah, those two are different things. Winter constellations on display in the winter wing. And uniquely, these statues are made of flavored ice. According to the pamphlet we received, the ones in the other rooms are made of crystal glass. Ice might be rather fitting for the summer wing, too. It doesn't like a nice snow cone on a sunny day. That comes... that comes out of your mouth, that's your sheesh. But then it will probably be too similar to this room, I suppose. Okay, now we... Huh? Thunder, I can't seem to find the temperature controls you mentioned. Oh, yeah, it's a little tricky if you don't know where it's at. Here, I'll have it open for you in a jiffy. Huh? This thing's locked. Makes sense, I guess. When the visitor's cranking up the thermostat and melting the art. According to the pamphlet, the winter wing is kept at a constant 27 degrees. Ooh-wee, that's colder than a snowman's cool bit. I'm gonna freeze to death in here. Guess there's only one thing for it. Somebody's getting a snuggle. No? What are you talking about? Hey, what's with the icy stare? You want me to freeze to death? No. Alrighty, I got the shots I wanted. Shall we scoot on over to another wing and see what's cooking? Might as well do the full tour while we're here. I suppose so. Ah! Uh-oh! What was that? It came from the fountain room. Come on, let's go see what's up. Run, run! What in the actual fridge? Larry? What? Are you kidding me? Not again! Oh my god! There's someone on the ground. And is that... Yes, it is. It's Larry. Again. Larry, what are you doing here? Actually, never mind that. What on earth is going on? Angie! You should have seen it. It was awful. Just calm down and tell me why there is an unconscious man on the floor. I didn't do anything. It just fell out in front of me. Wait, I know this guy. Yeah. This was a guy in the flashback. Oh, and these two are back too. Is everything all right? Don't you know it's rude to make a racket in an art gallery, you naughty boys? Wait, the smell. He's still breathing, but I know the symptoms. It's not safe, Miles. We need to get everybody out of here. Has he been poisoned? Everyone, with me. There isn't a moment to lose. There's poison gas going out of that room. Evacuation! Fire alarm! Quickly! Everyone out of the building! Oh my god, what is happening? Oh my gosh. April 2nd, 10:42 a.m. Okay. Okay. I guess Larry's back to being an artist again. Not... Oh, wait, I forgot to read. How's the victim doing, Thunder? Not good. He inhaled a lot of gas. He's still out, and it sounds like it's pretty serious. But the paramedic said there was no sign of external injury, and that he was conscious before it happened. Anyway, he's alive. Just barely. It's lucky we found him when we did. Like I said, he's not out of the woods yet. They put him in the medical room with a specialist. I see. Couldn't help noticing that it seems like you knew him, Fender. Sure do. That was Carmelo Gusto. He was here back when the whole IS-7 thing went down. The confectioner. So was here 18 years ago too? Anywho, this guy here seems like he's in rude health. Old pal of yours, Miles Areno? Yes, something like that. I'm glad you're okay, Larry. Something like that? Are you serious, Edgy? Why do we always stumble across you? You've known me since elementary school. Crush your guys' feelings, why don't you? Anyway, I know you're supposed to call me Loris Donim when I'm dressed like this. Yeah, sure. Because that screams Loris Donim. So, number Larry, okay? Got that? This is Larry Butts. He's a bit of a troublemaker, but he's one of my only friends from back when we were little kids. Ever since he developed a passion for art, he's been trying to make it big as Loris Donim. But new name or not, he's still the same old Larry. Whoa! Grade school buddies! I need to go tell Gregory about this! Do not tell Gregory about this! He'll be over the moon to hear you have a pal! He was always worried you'd never click with anybody! Ah! You know, Edgy, you're lucky to have a friend like me! Hi Larry, hi Fender, hi Mia. Hi, welcome to the stream, Wingin. Oh my gosh, this case is crazy. Why is Larry always here? I never knew I was supposed to cause such worries for my father. Never mind that now, Larry. What are you doing here? Lorice, Edgy! How many times do I have to tell you it's Lorice? What are you doing here? What's up with the demon eyes? Alright, I'll talk. Just stop looking at me like that. One of these days is going to be a case where Larry is guilty. I shall be waiting for that day. How many cases has he been involved in? Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I can count on the top of my head. My man, it's like he's cursed. Good, now talk. Wanna know why I'm here? Why the heck do you think? For my art, of course. Oh, and I'm going on a date here with Lulu soon, so I thought I'd better scope the place out. Of course, you're going on another date. So, not actually for your art at all. Lori's my man, an artist and a romantic. You'll have to introduce me to this lady friend of yours. Do not. Oh, sure. It's nice to have somebody take an interest for once. Spare me. Larry's actually a genius criminal mastermind. He's behind all of the cases. I can see right through that innocent, bumbling pretend person. Oh my god. Yeah, Larry's like the Jar Jar Binks of this franchise. He's secretly evil. Okay. Oh, by the way, Lauricia. Did you notice anything when you found the victim? Nothing in particular. Didn't you say you'd seen something awful? Oh! That! The old guy, he just appeared and then splat! He was on the floor. It scared the life out of me. But for once, I had nothing to do with any of it. Sure. Don't look so proud. That's the least we should be able to hope for. Oh my god. Honest guests, I can only apologize for the trouble you've experienced. I'm Judy Bound, the gallery manager. Another person from the I-7 incident. Good to see you, Jude. Aww. Mr. Fender, it's always a pleasure. She was at the reception desk when we arrived, so she's the one in charge here. I can't believe you had to go through something so awful and on our first day in business. Hey, quit that. It's not your fault. Oh, wait, guess I'd better introduce you guys. Judy, meet Miles Edgeworth, son of the late, great Gregory. Really? You're Mr. Edgeworth's son? Well. Aww. Isn't this fabulous? The great man's son here with us. 18 long years have passed, but now look, he's here at last. It's very lovely to meet you, Mr. Fine Attorney number 2. Judy, that was the bomb! I see you're in good voices ever. Miles Edgeworth, Prosecutor. It's a pleasure to meet you. Oh, you're a prosecutor. I'm so sorry, forgive me for jumping to the conclusions. She's very polite, but there's something strange about her. Hey, Judy, can I, get an autograph? You can write it in here. Well, if you're sure you'd even want such a thing. Why do you want it, Larry? Rude! You know who she is, right? Come on, Miles, you don't keep up with showbiz news or nothing. Guess that's no big surprise. What's going on? Why are they looking at me like that? Judy here's a living legend. Not your TV. Movies, musicals, chart-topping hits? You name it. Oh, don't be silly. I'm just a humble art gallery owner now. I finally quit the biz for good. I finished shooting my last movie just the other day, in fact. Some of my co-stars were even kind enough to say that they would come visit once we opened. Anyway, here you are, and good luck with your artistic endeavors. Aww. Thanks so much, Judy! I'll treasure it till my dying day. You and me are peas in the pod, Louise. Peas in the gosh darn pod. Oh, I thought it was judged. Oh my god, if that is a Judge Judy reference. It is not, but that was... It is fun. It is funny. How lovely for you both. Yeah. Larry, could you go practice your drawing somewhere or something? You did come all the way to an art gallery after all. It would be a shame to waste the opportunity. A real artist drawing our exhibits? What an honor! Guess even you can have a bright idea once in a while, Edgy. Alright, Judy. Seeing as you were so nice about it, I guess I will. Be right back. He's a real-life wire, that one. That's one way of putting it. I can only apologize. By the way, there was another woman with you before. Where's she now? You mean Delicia? Delicia Scone. She's in the medical room helping to care for Mr. Gusto. I call it the medical room, but it's nothing quite so grand, of course. I couldn't stay with them as I'm the only one on staff, and I can't leave the gallery unattended for long. Delicia Scone. You've heard that name before, haven't we, Fender? Sure have. Sounds like our R7 bingo card is complete. Something tells me this isn't a coinky-dink. Me neither. Perhaps I can offer you gentlemen a cup of tea. A drop of the old Judy Bound special blend? Why not? For old time's sake. That would be lovely. Thank you. Aww. I love The parallels. Ah, look at that. It's like a deja vu. Now, if you'll both excuse me, I better go and explain things to the other visitors. You go do your thing, Jude. Thanks again. Aww. Those cups look awful to drink from. They are from France. They are very valuable. This aroma. Ceylon, I believe. Let's give it a try. This is a fine blend. Top quality Ceylon indeed. It's citrus aroma. Said to improve one's ability to concentrate, right? 2 peas in a pod, you and your father. Your man said those exact words 18 years ago. Really takes me back. There's just one difference. Jude's cooked the saucers back then. Not today, though, it seems. Anyway, don't you think this is all a little odd? Every single person from an 18-year-old case, all assembled in the same place at the same time? Yes, almost feels as if an investigation is in order. Yes. Mr. Edgeworth, sir! You're alright! There they are! Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Fender! We're here to get caught up in the poison gas attack, so we came as fast as we could. Do you two just like chill in Gumshoe's office, just waiting for the moment Edgeworth needs your help? Well, if it isn't the cavalry, come on, team, bring it in. No way. Besides, you're both doing just fine. Gummy and I got ourselves all worked up over nothing. Detective Gumshoe, what were you thinking bringing Kay with you? Sorry, sir. I knew it was dangerous with the poison gas and all, but you wouldn't take no for an answer. I ran, and I ran, but I just couldn't shake her off.
When it comes to running away, the great thief right here is the world champ.
Now run away. Don't chase a poor detective. Gumshoe thinking those two words don't belong in the same sentence. Oh my god, he has a gas mask. Oh my gosh, this looks so goofy. All set, sir. Just say the word and I'll head in there and start investigating. You guys stay here. That gas could still be dangerous. Alright, we're counting on you, detective. Good luck in there, Dickie boy.
No, wait. Gummy almost looked like a real detective. I'm so proud of him.
But he is a real detective? He looks so goofy. This is Edgeworth speaking. Mr. Edgeworth, looks like the gas is mostly dissipated, sir. Mostly.
Ah.
Very good, detective. Now calm down and tell me what you see. Yes, sir. First up the exhibits. There's a statue of 2 people on the left side. And on the right, some kind of 2-horned animal? Wait, a statue of 2 people and a 2-horned animal. That sounds familiar. In fact, it sounds like identical to the display in the winter wing. Other than that, the place is looking pretty damp. The sprinkler sprayed the place good.
Wait! Are there 2 identical exhibits? Why?
Must be what stopped the gas from spreading. Sprinklers, are there any signs of a fire? No, sir, and the fire alarm hasn't been triggered either. Sprinklers looks like the type that detect heat and smoke. When they detect something, they send an alarm, either fire or smoke, to the security room. Guess they've read the gas and smoke and triggered the smoke alarm that way. And was anyone in the security room when that alarm went off? This place only has 1 employee, and that's Judy Baum, the manager. And she was at the reception desk across from the security room the whole time since the gallery opened. So she heard the alarm from across the way and turned on this. So she heard...
Sorry.
So she heard the alarm from across the way and turned on the sprinklers. Yep. Seems they can only be switched on manually, and only from there. Wouldn't want the art getting soaked for no good reason, I guess. And if it's manual, you could maybe even check how bad the fire was and try to get some stuff out first. So the security setup is geared around protecting the exhibits. That makes sense in an art gallery, I guess. Ugh, one more thing, it's freezing in here. This isn't the autumn wing, it's deep mid-winter wing. Well, the autumn wing is cold too. I checked the temperature, it's 26.5 degrees in here, sir. Why is the auto wing being kept at the same temperature as the winter wing? That's about all I've got for now. I'll let you know if I find anything else, sir. Understood. Thank you, Detective Gumshoe. This is weird.
What did Gummy have to say?
He said that the auto wing is actually quite wintry.
Huh? I don't get it.
I wonder what it could mean myself, but it's a bit hard to tell from out here. We should try to get in there as soon as the police are done with their investigation. Wait. I'm praying for Eustace to show up. Amen to that. We need to see what the deal is for ourselves.
Is there anybody else who might know something in the meantime?
Oh yeah, there's one guy. Mouse's best bud.
His... what?
If we have to, and I guess we have to. Oh boy, Larry. There you are.
Wait, that's...
Yep. Hey, didn't expect to see you here. You're looking as fresh faced as ever.
Heh, yeah, long time no see, Larry, right?
So here's the deal, okay? I'm Larice right now. You see, I'm also a bit of an artist.
Ah, so it's your alias. I like it. Good to see you, Larice.
I always knew you were a nice, thoughtful kid. Unlike some people. I have some questions for you, Larry.
What the? How am I a suspect? Just because I found a guy doesn't mean I did a crime.
I never said you did. I just need you to tell us what you saw. You said you saw something awful. How so exactly? Look, I didn't say anything, and I didn't do anything, okay?
Yeah, sure.
I don't think I did anyway. Whoa, Chief, you didn't sound too sure of yourself at the end there. There's something you should know about him, Fender. When something smells, it's usually the butt. We've been saying that about Larry for 26 years now. His ability to attract trouble is legendary, for want of a better word. His ability to cause trouble, too. I suppose I'd better find out what he did this time.
Oh god, do we play chess with Larry? We shall win instantly!
Our aim is to uncover anything that Larry might be hiding. However...
I didn't see anything! And I didn't do anything! And you can't prove otherwise! 3?
It's almost impossible for him to keep his cool.
Yeah, I can see that! 3 pieces, alright? Already out of the gate?
I need to bide my time when he gets agitated and wait for him to calm down.
I see! So he has to be calm.
Let's start by asking him to go into detail about what he's doing here. Shouldn't prove to be too much of a challenge. So let's get this over with.
3 pieces is still 3 pieces, Edgeworth. So we have to watch out. Okay, let's do it. Mind chess, commence. Why are you here?
Why exactly did you come to the gallery today?
What kind of question is that? What, you think I don't belong in the gallery or something?
No. He's being very agitated. He needs to calm down.
Hey, if you're gonna ignore me, then I'm gonna paint your portrait. And when I'm done, I'll scribble all over it.
He is still very angry.
I'm joking, okay? I'd never scribble on one of my pieces. How could I? They're valuable artworks.
According to you, perhaps. I imagine I might struggle to agree.
Oh, laugh it up, funny guy. Luckily, some people actually believe in my work.
Valuable? Sure, Larry.
These people lack an eye for aesthetics. I saw that. Oh, God. We are not allowed to be... We can't be sassy to him because then he will shut us down immediately.
She's called Lulu, okay?
And she says my pictures are masterpieces. So if she likes something, I'll draw it for her. Anything. Anything at all.
And where is this Lulu? How come you're here alone?
What? A guy can be apart from his girlfriend for 1 second? I have my own life too, you know.
He's still agitated.
Fine. Lulu says she's a Gemini, okay? So I thought I could do a sketch of the statue to show her on our date.
Oh, now his guard is down. And I expect you're pretty proud of this sketch. Not so much this time, actually. But, you know, it being her side and all, I just thought maybe she might kind of like it. So you're here for the Gemini sculpture. Ha-ha! Huh. However, I'd like you to try to tell me nothing and give me so much away in the process. So to summarize, you came here today to draw a sketch of the Gemini statue for your girlfriend Lulu. Yes! What? How did you figure all that out? I mean, you said it. We were just silent. Larry's so easy. Okay. From your incessant prattling, you just can't help yourself, can you? Fine! Then I won't say another word! Larry may want to keep his mouth shut now, but I'll have my answers, one way or another. Let's ask him what he did after he arrived at the gallery. Okay. Thank you. We'll soon see what he's hiding. It's just a matter of time. What did you do once you got here? Alright, tell me what you did once you arrived here. What's the big idea? Why are you staring at me like that? I don't remember. Uh-huh. I didn't have a pamphlet, so I didn't know what was where. I just kind of hung around behind a fountain. You didn't get a pamphlet. You didn't receive a pamphlet when you paid your entrance fee at the reception desk? Yeah, we got one immediately. Huh? Oh my god, that guy snuck in here! You mean entry isn't... It's not free to get in here? Oh, Larry! Why? You didn't pay upon entry? You mean to tell me that you entered without paying? I'm sorry, okay? It wasn't deliberate. There wasn't anybody at the reception desk is all. Huh? So I thought entry must be free. I knew Larry was guilty of something for trespassing. Miss Bound wasn't at the reception desk. You're saying Miss Bound wasn't at the reception desk at the time? My god, that pawn takes so many hits. Yeah, but it looks like there was maybe somebody in the little room opposite? Interesting. According to Detective Gumshoe, Miss Bound had to enter the security room to activate the sprinkler system. Oh, wait! Larry entered while the alarm was going off. I expect she wasn't at the reception desk because she was busy responding to the incident. And right after she finally got the place open for business too. Poor Judy. The Winter Wing, the gallery's greatest attraction, is gonna be ruined now. Huh? You know a lot about the Winter Wing, Larry. You say you don't have a pamphlet, and yet you seem to know all about the Winter Wing. For example, that the Gemini statue you came here to draw just so happens to be in said room. Therefore, it was your intention to visit the Winter Wing all along, wasn't it? Aha! How? How did you get me again? Because you're horrible at chess, Larry. Fine! You're right! I came here for the Gemini statue. And yeah, I came here to visit the Winter Wing. I won't deny it. Larry's not one to confess so easily. Then again, he has always managed to surprise me in unusual ways. Let's see what more he can tell us about the Winter Wing. I see. I expect even Larry has found his feet a little by now. I have to watch his reaction more carefully. See what information I can glean from him. Okay. Did you enter the wing? Larry, be honest. Did you enter the Winter Wing? What is that? Is that suspicion I see in your eyes? I mean, yeah. I tried to get in there, sure. But... You mean you didn't go in? You tried to get in, but you couldn't. Yeah, exactly. I wanted to get in there, but an old guy came out and fell to the ground, and like I said, it was all pretty shocking. The victim prevented you from entering. So you were unable to enter the Winter Wing because the victim emerged and collapsed in front of you? Yeah, he came out of the Winter Wing door and then down he went. But wasn't it the Autumn Wing that the victim came out of? Yeah. If that stupid poison gas thing had never happened, I'd be in there happily sketching away right now. Larry seems to have the Autumn and Winter Wings mixed up. Regardless, it seems his aim was to make a sketch of one of the statues. This could be a useful clue. What did you see in the Winter Wing? I'm done with you, go home! What did you see in the Winter Wing, Larry? You don't let up, do you? Told you I didn't see anything! Galleries are nice and all, but I kinda changed my mind once I got here. Thought I'd go meet my girlfriend instead. I think it's time to deploy my clue. Well, what became of your sketch? Didn't you say you came here to make a sketch of one of the statues for your girlfriend? You gave up on that a little easily, didn't you? Surely you saw something, even if you were distracted by the victim's collapse. Well, I did not see something, but that doesn't prove that I did see something totally terrifying either, doesn't it? Something totally terrifying? Aha. There it is. Really, Larry? You can at least try to make this a little harder for me. I put it to you, Larry Butts, that you did, in fact, see something totally terrifying. How do you do it, Edgy? Are you some kind of mind reader? Fine! Guess there's no point trying to keep it a secret any longer. I'm not sure there's much point in you trying to keep any secrets, given your track record. It isn't exactly the most edifying use of my time, but that's checkmate. Mine, yes! Checkmate! Good job! We won in like 5 seconds. I couldn't stop staring at that Gemini statue. My eyes were drawn to it. Objection! You keep talking about the Gemini statue, but there's no way you saw what you think you saw. It's simply not possible. What do you mean? You think I saw a ghost statue or something? Larry's still laboring on the misconception that he was looking at the Winter Wing. This piece of evidence shows us what Larry was really looking at. I mean... Huh? Oh, right. He was looking at the Autumn Wing. Take that! Take a look at this pamphlet. The Autumn Wing features sculptures depicting Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces, and Aries. Wait, so Pisces is an autumn sign? Then why the heck does the zodiac become in spring? It's so weird. Not only that, but I've seen the statue depicting Gemini in the Winter Wing for myself. Which means that whatever you saw, it can't have been a statue of Gemini. Guess that makes sense. Why is he not more surprised by that? It did seem pretty weird now that I think about it. One of the two people did look like a goddess. So the other stuff, I guess that wasn't my imagination either. Other stuff. You're interested in it too, aren't you, Edgy? Great, let me show you. Show me what exactly? I drew a picture of it all. Got the whole scene down exactly as I saw it. But I'm still not that confident in my work, so, Well, I want to see. Really? Oh, right here. Aw. Oh, no. Uh-oh. What on earth? It's grotesque. You're trying to tell me that the statue was crying tears of blood? I have to say, Louise, it's pretty scary. Right? Because it was scary. It was supposed to be a statue of Gemini. Put it up and turn it into a goddess right before my eyes. It freaked me out so bad, I screamed out loud. So he wasn't reacting to the victim collapsing in front of him after all. Wait, when you say turned into a goddess, what do you mean exactly? What do you mean, what do I mean? The bottom half is only a fish! That's what I mean! Goddess was a fishy bottom half. Sounds like Pisces to me. Huh. I heard it's all based on this legend of a goddess and her son turning into fish to escape some baddie. Cool. Wow, really? I thought Pisces was just two plain old fish. Edgy, do you think the statue's cursed? I mean, tears of blood turning into a fish. That's some pretty cursed stuff right there. Don't be a fool. I imagine you simply mistook one statue for the other. Huh. They do look alike. Aw, look at you tucking it carefully into your organizer. I simply thought I might have a use for it later. Maybe in the bathroom. Oh! You're the worst, Edgy! The worst! Kinda freaking geeky though, huh? Statue with the bottom half that's changed its shape? Pretty keen to find out what went down in the autumn wing, aren't you? I suppose I am, yes. Could there be some kind of trick to the Pisces statue, perhaps? Ah, interesting. Yes, Edgewood speaking. I'm just about done in here, sir. There's no danger from the gas anymore. You can come in now. Thanks. Good work, detective. Seems it's finally safe to enter the autumn wing. The good detective sure has impeccable timing.
Come on, let's go take a look. I want to see this spicy statue.
You going in there, Kay? Then maybe I should come along too. Did you really think I was going to leave you out here on your own? No better than that. Alright, everyone. To the autumn wing. Oh, there it is! Here at last. It does really look a lot like the winter wing. Glad you can make it. Oh, hey there. You're, Harry, was it? Good to see you, Harry. No! For the last time, the name is Lorenzo Nim! Detective, your report, if you don't mind. Yes, sir! Okay, so first off, I found the blowtorch. The nozzle was still warm when I found it, so I guess it was used pretty recently. Was somebody using it to heat something? Why is there a cloth over the Taurus statue? Is that Capricorn? Was the stepladder already like that when you entered? Yeah, I guess it was just by whoever let out the gas. The gas was inside the case until someone opened the lid. Is that so? The Pisces statue. Huh? You're sure about your constellation, sir? You know what the one in the other case is too? This is the autumn wing, so I imagine it should be Capricorn. Guess there's no fooling you, sir. Thought it was supposed to be Taurus. Weird cloths that draped around it kind of tripped me up. Oh god! Is that a piece of luminous cloth from way back when? What's that doing here? And I have evidence from the IS-7 incident too. What is going on? Taking a look around. It seems there's a Pisces. It seems there's a piece of luminous cloth on each of the other cases too.
Yeah, that just makes me want to see what's hiding underneath real bad.
Sure, let me rip them up right off for you. Alrighty.
Wow, they're beautiful! Oh! Nice!
So the transformation Larry witnessed. Would have been the moment when the cloth around Pisces statue lower half fell away.
See, Edgy? See? I was imagining things, and I wasn't mistaken.
Listen, Mouser, I think we can all agree. This room is fishier than a bucket of fish. My hunch is that somebody deliberately tried to make this room look just like the winter wing. Yes, I was thinking exactly the same thing. They even covered the statues up in just such a way as to make them look similar. With a cloth over the bottom half, the Pisces and Gemini statues look almost the same. They look for Capricorn. Cover his bottom half up and it looks pretty much like Taurus. The other two can't be fixed so easily, so covering their cases up completely was the only answer. So somebody went to some lengths to disguise the autumn wing as the winter wing. I'd say we need to take a close look at things in here, wouldn't you say, Fanda? Who?
It's It's back! Yes! Oh my god! I was waiting!
Oh my god, why am I always so excited when this kid shows up? Mr. Winner, Judge Cavell. Oh god, here we go. Ugh, what the heck are you guys doing here? You're the last thing I need. This is my scene, you hear?
Mr. Edgeworth, it seems I have failed in my duty yet again. I prayed one day to make you see that your presence is not required at every crime scene.
Ugh.
And that co-opting the good detective for your own ends is neither right nor good. I will have to give serious consideration as to how the goddess of justice will have me judge you.
You got it all wrong! It was me who asked Mr. Edgewood to help, not the other way around! It was? Well then, you know what that means, Detective Flatfoot. Oh, you mean... Exactly! Your, salary check is taking a hit. He's the real prosecutor now! Good job, kid! Bet you're looking forward to payday now. Always wanted to say that. Man, getting a wage cut from you of all people? Not so fast, Mr. Winner. I was simply assisting with the police's investigation as a witness and bystander. Detective Gumshoe is entirely in the right. Oh, he is, huh? So you're saying I should give him a bonus instead? That's not what I'm saying at all. Hey, I wouldn't mind a little salary bump. Your compassion and generosity are truly heartwarming, Eustace. But we must take into account past transgressions when making judgments that concern the future. And I hereby judge Mr. Edgeworth and his associates unfit to thread the whole ground of the scene.
What? We only just got here!
Gods of Justice has conferred her blessing on Eustace, and Eustace alone.
By which you mean this is Mr. Winner's case? That's exactly what she means! It's time for the warm-up act to get off the stage! After all, I solved this one already! I have a suspect lined up and everything!
Oh, God.
What did you say? A suspect? Already? Who? Who else but your artist friend over there?
Oh, God.
Ah! You're making the rookiest of rookie mistakes! Huh? Me? Me? What's going on, Edgy? Your guess is as good as mine. Can't even begin to imagine how the boy's mind works. Not surprising that you lack the attitude to understand the winning mindset. Lack the attitude? Something tells me he doesn't know the real winning turn of phrase.
Well put, Eustace. Mr. Edgeworth does indeed lack a certain aptitude.
Yeah, exactly! Where's your aptitude, smart guy?
Wow, he's totally shameless.
Underestimate my information gathering skills at your own peril. Before we came here, we dropped by the medical room to ask the doctor there a few questions. And he told me where the poison gas came from. And where might that have been? It was... it's this chemical you find everywhere. Can't think of the name just now, though. Wait here a second, let me just call him real quick. Okay. Oh, this kid, he needs to have a notebook. Hi, Opal Phoenix, welcome to the stream, good morning. I would use this on this one, even if Larry is innocent, he should be put away for his own safety.
Perhaps I can answer your question while Eustace is on the telephone.
Why let him make the call if you know the answer?
The gas was created by mixing two specific chemicals.
She's not even gonna answer that one.
Ubiquitium and asphyxium.
Huh. What kind of chemicals are they?
Ubiquitium is a red liquid used in all manner of everyday products. Paint and dishwashing liquids, among various others. On its own, it is entirely benign.
This sounds very made up. They are. So it's something anyone could get their hands on.
Precisely, but the same cannot be said for asphyxium.
That does sound nasty. What is this used for?
It is the main ingredient in a product called Infesticide Ultra. It is pure white in color, and it's unavailable to the average consumer. In fact, it is now impossible for members of the public to obtain it here in this country. As such, we are currently investigating where it might have come from.
Huh.
I'm back, and I know the name of the chemical now! I don't know what is up with Cavell, but this poor kid is paying the price. Don't waste your breath. Judge Cavell informed us already. Huh? Oh, great. That'll make this quicker, I guess. So the source of the gas, ubiquitium, is used to paint this stuff, right? And there was somebody here at the gallery today who brought paints with them. Your friend, the artist. You can't accuse me of just because of that! Objection to the paints on that palette in your hand. Edgy, is this kid okay? He seems a little... Oh god, if Larry says that... Indeed. I haven't known him long, but he's a little prone to jumping to the wrong conclusions. Hey! Quit talking about me like I'm not even here! Even Larry knows. Poor Eustace. this kid is hilarious, but I'm increasingly starting to feel bad for him.
Ignore them, Eustace. They're simply intimidated by you. Nothing more. Why not give them yet another reason to fear you with one of your winning deductions?
Winning? Yeah, good idea. Get a load of this, losers. Oh gosh, yes! Let's go! I was waiting for this. Oh yay, another one! I'm too excited for this. Okay, winner's winning deduction. Our friendly artist here won the race to find a victim and was first in the scene, correct? And the gas the victim was poisoned with is made from ubiquitum, which, as we know, is found in paint. He was carrying paint on this person, and he was one winning straight away from the victim. But surely makes him the winner on our list of suspects. Right, Gavel? You think so too, right?
It is a possibility that certainly can't be discounted.
He's so uncertain of himself.
Well, would the artist like to share his version of events?
It's like, Eustace puts on the front of, like, I know everything, I am superior! But deep down, he's just so insecure.
Did you leave red paint at the scene of the crime? Or something more sinister? The catalyst for a cloud of toxic gas, perhaps?
Think I might have left my heart there, you know? And you might have picked it up. Larry. Really? Now? You have Lulu. Why do you make googly eyes at Gavel?
I would be careful with what you say to me. My gavel is already primed to deliver a guilty verdict.
Objection!
Ignore him, please. Your honor is for the best.
Objection!
Quit stalling! You can't run away from the fact that my reasoning is flawless. Uh-huh. Submit defeat and crawl on out of here with your tails between your legs, because I win! Huh, I have better things to do than pick holes in your faulty logic, but I don't suppose I have much choice. A friendly artist here won the race to find a victim. My guy is not only made out of ubiquitum. It's a mix. Where's the asphyxian?
Objection!
Yeah, exactly. The deductions are anything but winning, I'm afraid. Unless you're looking to win a prize for incoherence. So you agree that I deserve a prize?
This kid.
What you deserve is to be set right. The gas came from within the case containing the sculpture of Pisces. It did. It was created by that artist guy. But the red paint that we know is full of ubiquitum. Allow me to offer you a bit of advice. One prosecutor to another. It always helps to listen carefully to others. The gas is created when ubiquitum is mixed with another substance, asphyxian. Paint containing ubiquitum alone wouldn't create any kind of gas at all. It wouldn't? No. I thought they said that the guy was asphyxiated with ubiquitum. Ah, this poor kid. I mean, they said that over the phone, so I can excuse that. Sometimes you just can't comprehend phone conversations, but So you're telling me all this was based on the mishearing of the forensics report? Ugh. The guy had already done his work by the time Mr. Butts found the victim. Perhaps it's your own aptitude you should be worrying about. My aptitude? What does that even mean? You literally used the word 5 minutes ago.
It means one's ability, or how suited one is to a particular task, Eustace.
An attitude. Other words you misused only minutes ago as well is another thing entirely. I get what you're doing. You're making fun of me again. What I am doing is demonstrating that you do not have the aptitude required to head up this investigation.
Overruled.
Before you go any further, you might wish to consider some of the flaws in your own statements.
What flaws might those be?
Firstly, that you cannot prove your artist friend did not enter the autumn wing.
That's...
And secondly, that you cannot prove that red paint did not have something to do with the crime.
But the paint isn't important on its own, surely. What's important is the combination of the red ubiquitum with white asphyxian. How exactly were the two substances introduced to one another? Surely we need to figure that out before anything else.
Indeed we do. And that is what Eustace will be investigating next. or what he would already be investigating had you not been here making needless trouble.
We are not here to make trouble. Quite the opposite, in fact. We're here to help. Are you saying you know how the gas was made?
I don't believe you.
I can certainly point you towards a final clue as to how it was done.
He's bluffing, Eustace. Ignore him.
It's fine, Gavel. He's clearly lying. Might as well let him talk himself even further into a corner.
If you are sure.
You are 100% wrong, kid. Come on then, show me what you've got. What shows how the gas was created? This, right? Yes.
Take that!
You're saying this somehow shows us how the chemicals were mixed to make the poison gas? Huh, that's exactly what I'm saying, yes. Thank you for noticing. Well, they do say I have a good eye.
This kid, he interprets everything wrong.
Red tears Mr. Buttsaw. That was the ubiquium.
Wait a second! You're saying the statue cried the stuff out? What, so our culprit is some kind of evil spirit?
How much time am I going to have to waste taking him through this step by step? The red tears alone would not have been enough to create the gas. They must have mixed with something else inside that case.
What? What evidence do you have that that's what happened?
The evidence is right there in the sketch I just showed you. I need to point out the part that shows that the two liquids is mixed together.
Oh, pink! Pink is what you get when you mix red with white!
Take that!
Observe the pool of pink liquid beneath the Pisces statue's glass case. This clearly shows that the two chemicals mixed.
Wait! I don't get it. How does that prove that some ubiquium mixed with some excision? White and red equals pink, Eustace.
Now you have an artist with us, why don't we ask him? Larry, you claim to be something of a painter. I imagine you have some experience mixing colors. What happens when you mix red with white?
Don't treat me like a dum-dum, Edgy! I just graduated from junior high, you know! Uh-huh, and he graduated from law school. What is your excuse? Any idiot knows that red and white make pink. I mean, there's variations. You got your rose pinks and your baby pinks.
Hold it!
That will be more than enough, thank you. Do you see what I'm getting at now, Mr. Winner?
Oh! I think I do. Ubiquium is red, excision is white. Mix the two together, and you get pink. That's what the pink liquid is.
Yes, very good. We got there in the end.
Yes. Interesting. I think you finally convinced him.
Overruled!
Mr. Edgeworth, you have raised a possibility, nothing more. We cannot know for sure that this shows the result of the two chemicals having mixed. And besides, the sketch you are attempting to enter as evidence was drawn by a suspect. How can we possibly hope to rely on its veracity?
Hey, I drew everything exactly as I saw it. The true artist never lies or embellishes the truth.
Forgive me, but I don't ask for your opinion.
Oof, she's a cold one. But I like it.
Larry, back away for your own good. You may rest assured, Your Honor, that I mean to prove my theory to all of our satisfaction.
Overruled!
It may not be wise to jeopardize your position any further, Mr. Edgeworth. Especially as there is another question to which you have yet to provide a satisfactory answer. How can you prove that this man did not enter the Autumn Wing? Until you are able to, there is little more to discuss.
Wait, maybe the victim could help us out with that.
Mr. Cousteau, he is still unconscious and in critical condition.
He is? Oh.
Now, if you don't mind, Eustace needs to carry out his own investigation of this area. If you'll be so kind as to leave him in peace.
Hmm? Who?
Wait, Larry?
For the presiding judge's sake, I pray to the gods that you need not ever be summoned to testify.
Oh, lady, that prayer is already too late. 2 times. 2 times he's already been in court.
Now then, is there something you wish to say, Mr. Artist?
If you could just hold that pose for a moment there, Miss Ice Queen.
I am Justice Verity Gavel, and I would be grateful if you would dispense with the childish epithets.
Oh, finally she tells me your name. Nice to meet you, Verity. Name's Loris Donim, but you can call me Loris.
If you could stop wasting the court's time, Mr. Donim.
Oh yeah, sorry, it's just, there's something I forgot to mention. The door was locked. I tried to open it, and then the old guy came tumbling out.
It does appear that the door can be unlocked from the inside. However, that does not necessarily mean that it was locked at the time as you claim. Without proof, your statement carries little weight, I'm afraid.
Objection!
Well, as it happens, I can back our pal here up on that.
What?
Yep, we tried to come in here too, but it's just like the guy said, it was locked up tight. Ain't that so, Miles Areno? It is. I distinctly remember how it went. Yes. Why would they switch though? That doesn't make any sense. Huh? I don't believe it. It's locked. Prior to the incident with the gas, it was not possible to enter this room from the outside.
And what is to say that your suspicious friend was not in here with the victim the entire time?
The fact that he didn't suffer the ill effects of the gas. Search him for a gas mask if you like. I doubt you'll find one.
I see. I suppose we'll have to take you at your collective word.
That was a little too easy. Well, Judge Cavell, do you accept that Mr. Butts is no longer a viable suspect? And that once again, Mr. Winner's deductions have fallen short of the mark. What are you talking about? I just need some more information, that's all. I can't blame a guy for being a little hasty with his deductions.
You know it's not cool for a prosecutor to be saying stuff like that, right?
Very well. But perhaps we should call our next suspect. Mr. Donim, you may step down from the stands.
Oh, you mean? But I was enjoying our time together, Verity. Let me stick around, please? No.
Overruled.
Show no mercy. Squish my heart into a goopy mush. I love it. Who exactly is this next suspect?
The pharmacist Alicia Scone. Your artist friend may have struggled to lay his hands on a bottle of Investicide Ultra. But someone is in her line of work would surely have a better idea of where such a thing might be acquired. The court hereby calls for a 10-minute recess. Use this, we will go and fetch the suspect. Your winning smile will bring her running, I am sure.
My winning... Oh, of course, Cavell! Let's go get her at once! Hey, Detective Flatfoot! You carry out investigating while I'm gone, okay? Sure? Is it possible that Judge Cavell suspected Miss Scone from the start?
Now that you mention it, she wasn't helping Mr. Winner like she usually does, huh?
Yeah. What exactly is your angle here, Judge Cavell? Yeah, why are you hanging around with Eustace? To make it a Ute! Perfect. I need to close a door. So I will have to disappear for a sec. Okay. 1, 2, 3. I shall disappear. I will be right back. One, two, three, and I shall appear once more. Okay. Miss Scones' testimony. Okay, let's go. Wait a second before the idiot kid returns. Oh my gosh. I cannot wait. I don't know why, but I'm getting very attached to Eustace for some reason.
You're sure taking your time. I thought it was supposed to be a 10-minute recess.
Huh, sorry to keep you losers waiting. But wait no longer. I'm on the race to find Alicia Scone, and here she is.
Hello, dears. This lovely young man said you wanted to speak to me. Alicia Scone, purveyor of the most wondrous wares a pharmacist can offer, at your service. Alicia to my pals, and even Miss Delicious to some.
You can call me the winner, and I'll call you whatever I want.
All right, Winnie.
No!
Whatever you say. It's lovely to meet you, dearie.
So much for call me the winner.
Have we met before, young man?
Hello, this Alicia. That's Miles Edgeworth, Gregory's son.
Well, I never. It's a pleasure to meet you, Milesy Smiles.
If you must address me by my given name, just Miles will do.
Oh, ho, 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 Craggy Peglegs boy.
And all grown up too. Makes me feel my age, why don't you? I wonder just how old she is. She has no patience.
Eustace, I believe you have some questions for our pharmacist.
Oh yeah! What brings you to the gallery today, Miss Cone?
Why, I came to see dear old Moody Judy, of course. We've been fast friends for 18 long years, and no one's going to stop me for visiting her now. I understand that you helped look after Mr. Gusto in the immediate aftermath of the attack.
Oh, I didn't do much, really. Just whipped up a quick antidote for the dear old doctor. Wow, you can make an antidote just like that?
Oh yes, dear. As long as I have the right ingredients, I can throw together just about any medicine you like. Certainly helped that the medical room was well equipped, though. We were much better off treating him here than losing vital minutes taking him to a hospital. Anyway, we did what we could. The rest, well, that's up to him.
And do you know the victim, Miss Delicious?
Oh, yes, well, sort of. It's been 18 years since I last saw him. Apparently, he's famous these days. One of the best confectioners in the world, or so they say.
Interesting. So he's a well-known public figure.
Oh, yes, dear. He was on the news and everything. Confectionery crafting king of the world, they said.
Wow, so the old dog really went to Shang Fa and up this game, just like he said he would.
Perhaps you could proceed to the matter at hand. Miss Cone, are you familiar with a substance known as Infanticide Ultra?
Of course, dear. You use it to get rid of, you know what? Oh, it's awfully strong, though. That's why they don't sell it in the shops. Can I ask what you mean by you know what? The little blighters that frighten the life out of poor innocent ladies like yours truly, that's what. Ghastly little creatures, running around people's nice clean kitchens and terrorizing them.
Oh, I get it. Those.
Thank you, Miss Cone. One more question, if you don't mind. Are you aware of what happens when the chemicals Exfission and Ubiquium are combined?
Oh, yes?
It's right there in the Infesticide Ultra instructions. Do not mix with products containing Ubiquium. Ever. Because if you do, they react with each other and make a horrible poisonous gas. What was it again? Effects of inhalation include respiratory complications and, well, death. And poor old Goosty very nearly didn't make it. To make that much gas, you need, only 500 milliliters of each chemical, I'd say.
She certainly talks like a skilled pharmacist.
Ubiquium's awfully thick and sticky, and it heats up very quickly indeed. It also bright red and smells minty fresh. Oh, and cheap as chips. That's why they use it in everything. Asphyxian's more watery, and it's white in color. That will do. Thank you. You are clearly well informed, Miss Cone.
As well I should be, dearie.
After all, Infesticide Ultra is made by the company I work for.
Oh, but before you get the wrong idea, they don't go around handing out free samples. As I say, it's awfully terribly dangerous. You couldn't buy it even if you wanted to.
Yes, Miss Cone. Very interesting indeed. I think that tells us all we need to know.
Strange, I thought she suspected Miss Cone. Something in that smile makes me wonder if she has some other angle in mind.
It's Larry sketching Verity.
What is it, Detective Flatfoot? Any developments to report? Yes, sir. Turns out the sculpture's glass display case is open from the top. Huh, that's rather unusual. And the temperature inside can be adjusted too, all the way down to 0 degrees. And Pisces' case was kept at 26 degrees. Dang near got my hand stuck to it. Well, lucky you escaped alive. Anything more relevant to the case? Yeah, they found something on the underside of the top part of the Pisces case. Traces of Ubiquium. Oh, now we're talking. That's odd. If there was Ubiquium stuck to it, it should have stayed stuck. After all, at 26 degrees, it would have been frozen solid. It would, huh? So how did things wind up as they are now? I think Kay might be able to help us figure out just that. Or at least Mr. Thief might. Huh, you guys are that desperate to get on my good side, huh? Fine, I don't know what the heck you're talking about, but take it away.
Can't believe I'm taking orders from this guy. But whatever, anything for the truth!
What?
before you get too carried away. The goddess of justice has no need of your help. We will find the truth ourselves.
Youch! Why so frosty, Judge G? Your baby prosecutor just gave us the big thumbs up. What's the issue here? Ooh, wait. Don't tell me the committee has some dirty little secret it doesn't want us finding out.
I am not required to explain myself to you. But if you feel that you absolutely must participate in the investigation, perhaps you can prove to me that it will be worth our while to keep you around.
What exactly does she have in mind here?
Who will trigger the release of the poison gas? If you can answer this question, I will consent to your participation in the investigation.
You heard the ladies, Miles. Somebody opened the Pisces case and let out that gas. Considering what we've learned so far, there's only one person it could possibly be, no?
Yes, the answer is indisputable. In that case, please kindly provide it now. Who released the poison gas?
I mean... he's the only one that was in there. The door was locked.
Take that!
The victim, Carmelo Gusto, is the only person to have entered the autumn wing. Thus, only he could have opened the case.
Correct. It appears to be the only logical answer. Very well. I will permit your participation in this investigation to continue. However, if at any point I feel you are contributing nothing of value, you will be removed immediately.
Understood. Even if Mr. Gusto did open the case, we still have no idea why.
Let's go! Eustace, you're about to see some magic! Alright, Mr. Edgeworth, tell me what you want to see.
Let's use the data we've collected to recreate the scene before the poison gas went off.
On it! Da-da-da-da! Da-da! Ah! Don't scare me like that!
So this is what you were talking about. You're Mr. Thief.
Yes. But why is it red? Let's begin by examining the Pisces sculpture. There's a generous amount of ubiquitous frozen to the underside of the top part of the case.
Yeah, which is what's keeping the lid on real tight.
The actual glass lid is all cracked up though, right? Somebody really went to town on your little house there, huh, Pisces? Do you have any idea how the glass lid might have come to be so cracked? Well, it doesn't like the other outer facing side of the glass suffered any damage. I see, so we have a cracked piece of glass that we know was ice cold on its inner facing side. And we also know that it wasn't damaged in any direct way on its outer facing surface. Thoughts? Ice cold makes me think of the way you glare at people, sir.
Cracked make me think about those deeply etched lines on your forehead.
It was cracked by heat expansion. Applying heat to ice cold glass from the outside will cause the crack. Huh, well I appreciate the science lesson, but why is it all heat cracked in the first place? Why indeed. A heat-cracked glass lid, lined on its underside with frozen ubiquitous.
You look like the cat that got the cream, Miles Reno. You know what happened, don't you?
I certainly do. And what's more, I know how Mr. Gusto opened the case.
What? But you just give me a chance to figure it out first!
It would have been quite the wait.
Well, don't keep it to yourself, Edgeworth. I want answers!
How did Mr. Gusto open the case? I mean, there was a blowtorch found.
Take that!
The blowtorch shows signs of having been used recently when it was found here in the autumn wing. I think it's likely that it was used on the glass lid, causing it to crack.
A blowtorch? Who used a blowtorch to open the glass case? Oh, I get it! Mr. Gusto was trying to melt the frozen ubiquitous so he could open the lid.
Indeed.
You beat me to the answer by a second. We'll see who wins in the end. Don't try and tell us you nearly had it. You didn't have a clue. Nuh-uh! It was Edgeworth making things hard to understand.
Oh, this is...
Oh, these two are like bickering siblings.
Okay, would you mind updating the recreation so that Mr. Winnick can follow along too?
Sure, just for him. Alright, here goes.
Mr. Gusto was alone in the autumn wing, and while he was in here, he used this blowtorch to melt the frozen ubiquitous to the underside of the lid.
Uh-huh, and?
Oh! As the ubiquitous melted, it mixed with the asphyxiant that was already present inside the glass case. thereby producing our poisonous gas. Mr. Cousteau had finally managed to open the lid. He would have released the gas and poisoned himself. And he made it as far as the fountain room, where he collapsed. So he opened the case and out came the gas, huh? Seems we got there in the end. Why the heck a duel, dude? Did he want to open the case in the first place? I'm not sure. In fact, we don't even know what his ultimate goal was. I think he might have come here for the same reason I did. Check out not the autumn wing, but the winter wing. Ah, you remember, right? I thought this was where the winter wing was when we first got here. Caught you out too, did it, my little Eddie Lumpkin? I was ever so confused. What with it being where Chili Winks' room was all those years ago? There's even the same little tree in front of the blessed door. Who would be all that at 6s and 7s, eh? Did everyone involved with the IS-7 incident make the same mistake? I think we need to go and take another look at the winter wing. Time to see how quickly I can convince Mr. Winner, I suppose. Eureka! Ladies and gentlemen, I have the answer. The answer to what exactly? Oh god. The man was going to end it all! Why? A dramatic exit stage left, sort of artsy-fartsy farewell. I mean, it's... it's one conclusion you can make, but you made it in 3 seconds. Have you been listening to at all this whole time? Huh, at my level, I barely need to listen to a word. And I still understand exactly half of what's going on. Ah! I'm face-palming so much with this kid.
Perhaps I can explain a few of the finer details to you later. Use this winner's prerogative.
Winners? Sure. Thanks, Gavel.
Thank you indeed. I find it always best to leave things like child wranglings with professional. In the meantime, don't you have something to tell Mr. Edgeworth and his friends?
Oh yeah, I totally forgot. What is it now? I took the liberty of investigating a friendly pink pharmacist here. Or rather, I had one of my underlings do it for me. Wait, what? You have underlings? What?
That's nothing to brag about, you know.
Shut up! Can't you see I'm talking? Anyway, let's put a pin in my suicide theory for now. Yeah! I have something more important to tell you. It's, it was Miss Delicious who set up the poison gas trap. Ah! How could you say that?
I was clearly saddened to learn of this, Miss Scone. Your profession is one dedicated to saving lives, and yet you used your expertise to try and take one.
I beg your pardon? How dare you? I did no such thing. Perhaps you could explain, Mr. Winner. You bet I can. Get a load of this. This is Miss Delicious's pharmacist license. And it says it's right here that she's authorized to handle Infesticide Ultra.
Product that we have established contains asphyxium, one of the ingredients of our poison gas.
Exactly! It's almost impossible for ordinary people to get a hold of that stuff. Imagine not having underlings like our poor Eustace. What are they, poor people? But Miss Delicious is no ordinary person. She's a card-carrying pharmacist. I didn't do it. This is all just a terrible misunderstanding.
Objection!
And that's not all. There's a bottle of Infesticide Ultra in the victim's pocket. And what do you know? It's covered in your fingerprints. We know that you Miss Bound took the victims to the medical room. What better moment to slip the bottle into his pocket, hmm? No.
There is only one person on the premises licensed to carry Infesticide Ultra, and that was you, Miss Scone. Furthermore, you are acquainted with Miss Bound, the owner of the gallery, meaning you would have had access to the building, an ample opportunity to prepare your trap.
No, dear, listen. You don't understand. That Infesticide Ultra was stolen from me.
Lying will only lengthen your sentence, Miss Scone.
I'm not lying. Oh, it's in my bag somewhere. I'm sure of it.
What is she looking for?
That's not it. And that's not it. That close looks familiar. Ah, here we go! I knew it was in here somewhere, look! And what is this? There's something written on it, I think? April 1st, complaint filed, offense theft. Item stolen, Infesticide Ultra, 1 bottle. It's a crime report relating to a theft. A what? See, you silly billies, I thought someone pinched it off of me. A week ago, no less. By what you mean to say, that was not in your possession at any point today. That's exactly what I mean to say. I think the bottle you found might be the one I lost. I always have something in my medicine bag. Just in case, you know. I was supposed to keep my bag locked up tight, but, well, I'd forget my head if it wasn't screwed on. And now, thanks to silly old me, someone's gone and mixed up a cloud of poison gas with the stuff. I see, but why on earth would you carry such a hazardous substance around with you? Like I said, just in case. You never know when one of them might appear.
You mean the ghastly little creatures that run around in people's nice clean kitchens type of them? You could just roll up a newspaper and whack! One and done!
Psst. Cavell, what do we do now? Ah, of course. I think perhaps it might be wise to confirm the authenticity of the crime report, just to be safe. It can't hurt to verify Miss Goodness' story after all. She may be lying to us.
Good idea! Alright, I'm gonna give the precinct a call. Don't go anywhere.
So Miss Gunn might not be guilty after all.
Indeed, if she really were the one who set up the poison gas trap, then I highly doubt she would have used a method that directly implicates her. So, who do you think did it, Smiles? Someone with knowledge of the victim's likely behavior, and the time and the means to prepare. To fact the switch point to one very specific person. Oh yeah, and who might that be? Don't leave us hanging, big guy. Who had the means to steal the Infesticide Ultra and dress one up? Judy! Oh my god!
Take that!
Why would she do this? Surely only Miss Bound, the proprietor of these premises, could possibly have prepared in such a way. We'll need some solid evidence to support such a theory, nonetheless. So it was her, huh? Strange, like he already knew. Whew, nice Judy, Malzarino. Might have to make that associate position a permanent deal. That is not what I was hoping for. I'm back with results! The police have confirmed that the theft really was reported and locked. Which means we may have been a little hasty with some of our conclusions, team.
I love the fact that he thinks he's in charge.
You mean that every single one of your conclusions proved to be hogwash? No, I mean, we're only just getting started. Oh, then what's our next move? Well, first we need to go and talk to Miss Bound. And then I'll think about what to do after that.
Eustace, Mr. Cousteau's real destination appears to have been the Winter Wing. Perhaps it would be worth having someone investigate that room more thoroughly.
Oh yeah, we should totally do that. Flatfoot, go investigate the Winter Wing. Oh, yes, sir. Cavell, we're going to talk to Miss Bound.
Very good, Eustace.
We'll join you if you don't mind. Alrighty. Oh my god. This kid. Alright, you have your orders. Go talk to Bound for me. Wait, what?
Hey, Mr. Winter, weren't we going to talk with Miss Bound ourselves?
Sure, but I thought, why not let the grunts handle the grunt work, you know? Means I could just sit back and wait for the report. A winning strategy. A lazy strategy. You spoiled little...
Ugh, he's so exhausting. I need a break. Huh? There's something in the fountain.
What the heck? Ah, it's a body! What on earth? Oh my god! Order in the court. Somebody call forensics. Larry, what have you done? Bad news, sir! Real bad news! Order. I will have order, detective. The ice cubes in the Winter Wing. They melted. They've all melted! What? Did? Huh? Say? Eustace, you were supposed to say you. Oh, this kid. What is the meaning of this?
Now we have 2 victims?
Yeesh, talk about deja vu. It's like 18 years ago, even the ice melted again.
Again?
It's like some weird rerun. Same people, same everything. Said it before and I'll say it again. This is no coinkydink. You're with me, right, Malzarino? I am. And I think the answers lie in the IS-7 incident itself. In fact, I'm convinced of it. Huh, great minds think alike. Alrighty then. Time for another trip down memory lane.
It's time for another flashback! Yay! We're not even gonna know who this person, who the dead person is.
Okay, 1 sec. Always disappear for 3 seconds to compose yourself. 1, 2, 3, and I shall disappear. One, two, three, and I shall appear once more. Is it flashback time? It is flashback time! I still can't believe the IS-7 incident was Gregory's last case. But it has been 18 long years since. The victims even look alike. A murder at a confectionery contest, and one of the participants, no less, Artie Frost. They pulled his body out of a treasure chest that was a part of Samson Tangaroa's chocolate tableau. He'd been hit in the head with a large rock salt lamp, and subsequently bled to death. He found the lamp hidden inside the candy castle Delicious Scone had made for the contest. But then, before anyone had the chance to investigate Mr. Frost's own room, all of his icy creations had melted clean away.
80 years ago!
Oh, we're back here. Good to see you, Gregory. December 24th, 9:05 p.m. Contest venue, Fountain Room. All of Mr. Frost's work destroyed. Mr. Von Karman wasn't very happy. He told us to get out, and in no uncertain terms. So what do we do now, Mr. E?
I can't believe it just up and kicked us out!
Von Karman's a total jerk! Not now, Eddie. It was always the job of the police and the prosecutor's office to investigate the scene.
Yeah, but he didn't have to talk to us like that. Who cares if we're cops or attorneys? We should all be working together to find the truth.
You can't assume that everybody's aims are the same as your own. You may wish to expose the truth, but others might prefer to accept things at face value. Which way of thinking is right will depend on the person.
But what if somebody innocent ends up behind bars because no one managed to uncover the truth?
It can happen. We're all human, police and prosecutors included. Which is why defense attorneys exist. Our job is to help people in just such situations. To be friends to the friendless. Friends to the friendless. Now, we may not be able to investigate the winner wing as hoped. That doesn't mean we give up.
You're right, Mr. E. I'm sorry, I should have thought more before I opened my big mouth.
You're young, Eddie. You'll learn soon enough.
I will, I promise.
Aww. And there she is, in flashback form.
Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Fender, you look like you'd use a little pick-me-up. I'm afraid this is all I have, but please, by all means.
Whoa, you're the best, Miss Bound!
Chocolates. Thank you. A little sugar boost might actually help. Although they're a little too sweet for my liking.
I would like some chocolate, but I have some water instead. I don't bring chocolate to my streaming desk anymore because it melts so easily.
And a little uniquely shaped.
Ah?
I'm sorry if they're not to your taste.
No way, they're great! They're so sweet!
You're very kind. Imagine, me of all people, a mediocre confectioner.
What? You mean you made this yourself?
Yes, Samson loves chocolate, so I had to learn. Keeping him supplied with his favorite treats is just one of my many duties. Although he does spend most of the time coaching me on how to improve my technique.
Mr. Tangaroa sure is a lucky guy. Getting to eat homemade sweets made by the one and only Judy Bound whenever he wants sounds amazing.
I'm sorry, did you say something?
No, nothing at all. Miss So has a crush on her.
Dear sweet Eddie, you really do still have a lot to learn. It seems you're quite committed to the work you do for Mr. Tangaroa, Miss Bound.
Of course, what right would I have to stay here otherwise?
What do you mean by that?
I was abandoned as a baby, and Mr. Tangaroa took me in. That's right. One snowy Christmas Eve, many years ago, he found me on the steps of his very mansion. He saved my life, and became the father I never had.
Aww.
I can never repay him, so my work for him is the least I can do, and I'll be here for him for as long as he needs me.
That's the most beautiful thing I ever heard.
I must be getting old. I'm olding up a little myself.
And to think today is Christmas Eve, and I can't even give him his present in person. I'd do anything to save him. Anything. Please, is there something I can do to help? Just say it.
We're very grateful, Miss Bound. Perhaps you could help us by answering a question. Did you know the victim?
Not very well, I'm afraid. Oh, but if you wanted to see some of his work, I have a picture of the sculptures he made for the final.
Wow. My, they're stunning.
Aren't they? I think they're masterpieces. Who would have thought you could make such intricate statues out of flavored ice? Samson adored them too.
Oh, hey, that's Taurus and Gemini, right? I didn't know you were keen on constellations and the zodiac end.
Oh, I love it. The stories those stars can tell. Take Gemini, for example. See the lyre? That's what the harp is called. And the arrow and the...
Hold up. The lyre doesn't have any strings. Huh. Did Mr. Frost forget to add them, maybe?
That doesn't sound like something he'd forget to do.
Wait, really? But I thought you just said you didn't know him very well.
He didn't seem like the type.
It seems he's got something to hide, too. You took this photograph yourself, Miss Bound.
Yes, I used this instant camera here. It develops the pictures as soon as you take them. It's so useful.
Oh, I'd love to see it in action.
Then why don't I take your picture?
Yes, come on, Mr. E. Let's get a shot for the both of us.
Well, alright then. You'll be ashamed to waste a good hair day.
Ready? Say cheese! Aw, cute. There, all done. The picture's yours to keep, Mr. Fender.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much! That's such a cool camera.
Well, it's the only one we've got, so we use it for all our picture-taking needs. It's very convenient, but the lack of negatives is something of a shame.
So there aren't any negatives for us to reference, huh? I assume Mr. Tangaroa used the same camera during the contest.
Yes, you assume correctly. He used it for some work-in-progress pictures of his seascape, and later, to take some photos of the other contestants' work.
But didn't you take a picture of the body when you discovered it? And didn't you discover the body while the judging was still underway?
Ah, yes. Samson wanted pictures of all the answers completed rooms. But the film ran out just as he finished photographing Mr. Cousteau's work. So he asked me to go put in a new cartridge. He seemed to think there should have been more shots left than there were.
In other words, the film ran out sooner than expected.
Yes, the number of shots he took didn't line up with the number of shots remaining. But he thought maybe he just lost track somewhere along the way.
But has he really, though?
I went to our living area to change the film, and was passing through the fountain room on my way back, when I heard the sound of something break and collapse in Samson's room. Samson, are you in here?
Ah!
Mrs. Frost's body was just lying there. I was in total shock. It was all too much. But I remember I called the police, and then I went to tell everybody else. And the camera, it's been with me ever since.
I see. I'd be grateful if you could lend us a camera in this picture, Miss Bound.
Of course, here you go.
Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, Detective Bad.
Detective Bad, let's go.
Are they done investigating?
They're done with me, that's for certain. That big meaty told me to clear off.
Oh,
Honestly, that mannequins will be the end of me. That cheek of him.
Guess he's got tired of people cluttering up his crime scene. Did he run you off too, Detective Bad?
Yeah. Von Karma seems to think I'm a nuisance. Can't do things his way with me around.
Why would Mr. Von Karma go as far as to exclude his own lead detective? Because going to forge evidence.
Still, get a pretty good look at the scene. As for Cousteau, he's enjoying a nice little chat right down in Frost's room.
What about?
About the fact that Miss Pound said she saw him going in there during the contest.
Mr. Cousteau went into Mr. Frost's room.
That's right, and I have to say, he looked very much like he didn't want to be seen.
I don't know what he could have been up to.
Well, he's candidate number 1 at the moment, as the guy who melted Frost's work.
Is that really why Mr. Cousteau went to Mr. Frost's room?
Got a photo of the room right here. If you need it, it's all yours.
Wait, what? Why don't you just give it to us?
We're gonna spill it out for you, kid. I'm offering to help you guys. I want the truth about this case to come out.
Detective. Really, Detective Bad? Mr. Von Karma will be happy about this.
Yeah, well, I'm not Von Karma's stooge. If he's gonna stonewall my investigation, then I'm not gonna play by the book either. Can't let some pesky rules keep me from finding the truth. Now can I, Mr. Edgeworth?
Indeed. Thank you, Detective Bad. Wow, I can't believe you won him over, Mr. E!
Well, I haven't the foggiest what you're going on about, but here's the new friends, eh?
It's definitely nice to have the good detective on our side, that's for sure. Alright, let's take a look at the photograph.
Here.
This is what Frost's room looks like right now. Yikes, there's nothing left of the flavored ice sculptures but puddles.
The floor appears to be completely covered in a pale blue liquid.
I should compare this with the photo I just borrowed from Miss Pound. I assume that the unplugged power cord has something to do with all this.
Yeah. Once that was out of the socket, the display case has lost power, and up the temperature went.
Looks like they were all connected to the same power strip. Do you have any idea where it was unplugged?
Nope, still working on that.
Those sculptures were beautiful. What a waste.
You can say that again. I should have taken a few more bites out of them while I had the chance.
So they tasted good?
Did they ever? I've never tried ices so scrumptious in all my life.
Really? Man, I wish I could have had a bite.
Well, scrumptious except for the salty bit, of course. That was unbearable.
The salty bit.
It's in the other photo you got there. This bit, the harpy thing.
Gemini's liar. Wait, that's why it had no strings? Because you ate them?
I didn't eat that much, you cheeky little devil. I told you, it was all horrible and salty.
It's interesting that only one particular part of this one particular sculpture tastes different from the rest. Could somebody other than Miss Scone really be responsible for eating the rest of the strings?
Was this statue poisoned as well?
Did you notice anything else, Miss Scone?
Come to think of it, I did. There was a funny little mark on Chinnawinks' work. It was 2 little letters. Let me see if I can draw it for you. There we go. Ah, it looks just like that.
Aha! So it was like a signature or something.
Wait. I just knew Mr. Frost wouldn't have made that harp without strings. He's not the type to skip an important detail like that.
I hope you don't mind me asking, Miss Pound, but are you certain you didn't know Mr. Frost particularly well?
What? No, I barely knew him, I swear.
Is that so? You certainly seem to have some strong opinions about his attitude toward his work.
No, the sculptures were so carefully made. I didn't think he missed something so important.
I'm sorry, but I don't believe you. You have a more personal connection to his work than that.
What makes you say that?
I have an item of evidence that appears to have been one of Mr. Frost's possessions. And it shares a key feature with another piece of evidence.
Well, I know what you're talking about if you don't share. It's one of these 2 pieces of evidence of yours.
Which 2 items point to Mr. Frost? This is the first. This one.
Take that.
And now the second. I mean, these two are connected, sure.
Take that.
No. That's wrong. Whoops. Okay. Why can I inspect the teapot? Both cloth of navy blue, so very uncommon hue. I like it. Yeah, that was real deep little mystery. But let's get to the main event already and light it up. Well, alright, but I wasn't trying to be deep or anything though. Oh, look at all these buttons! Maybe for changing the color of the light. Try pressing one, Eddie. There, the cloth is all lit up. It's so pretty no matter how many times I see it. Cloth is now glowing with a pale blue hue thanks to the light emitting device. The Miscall say one of those cloths in this machine are missing. Who do you think could have taken them? I have no idea, but I suspect it might have something to do with our case somehow. Why is the teapot able to be inspected? Can I... Oh, I can inspect the stone as well. This lamp isn't working. No, unfortunately, it appears to be broken. Would have been nice to see it all lit up just once. Wisconsin is used for relaxation, right? I could use some of that. Let's look at one for the office. What is here? Huh? Oh my god! Look, there's something stamped at the bottom. It says PH. I suppose it must be Paul Halik's pottery mark. Those are his initials after all. Miss Bound says she's a big fan of his work. His initials, huh? So if he'd made it, wouldn't it say EF? Perhaps you should practice my initialing your personal belongings first. So these two are connected.
Take that. Take that.
These two. Miss Scone found two letters carved into Mr. Frost's eye sculptures. I think they were a signature of sorts. After all, it's not unusual for an artist to initial their work. I guess not? That's right, dear. It's just like you said. Chilliwank's statues had the letters PH carved into them, plain as day. PH shouldn't be AF. You'd think so, but take a look at this. It's the seal we found at the crime scene. It seems reasonable to assume that it fell from Mr. Frost's pocket. And when pressed into the surface of an item, it would leave behind the letters PH. Same pottery mark we see imprinted on the bottom of the items in the tea set. The same pottery mark. We have already established that the tea set is the work of the sculptor Paul Halik. From that, we can assume that these same letters will mark any item out as a piece of his work. A fact of which you are well aware, correct, Miss Bound? Well, yes. I know he always marks his work with his initials like that. He's never revealed his true identity in public, so it's the only way to know his works are truly his. You mean Paul Halik was... Paul Halik was the ice sculptor! That's right, Detective. Artie Frost had another identity. He was no ordinary confectioner, at least as far as Miss Bound was concerned. For you see, Mr. Frost was, in fact, a famed sculptor. Mr. Frost was, in fact, none other than the famed sculptor, Paul Halik. What? Mr. Frost and Paul Halik were the same person? But it's not like the mark's hard to copy, though. Anyone who's seen it could fake him being him with it. Not exactly conclusive proof that Frost was who you say he was. It was proof enough for Miss Bound. What matters is that she believed it. His true identity will have to be investigated by the good people of the precinct. Alright, I'll have the boys look into it. I should have known I couldn't hide it from you, Mr. Edgeworth. So you admit it, you were aware of who Mr. Frost really was. I was... When I discovered his body, I saw the seal you found. Don't ask me how, but I just knew straight away that he was my dear Paul Leach. Imagine his entries in a confectionery contest for his final legacy. A great man like that. And be honest, did you enter Mr. Frost's room at any point? What? Why are you asking me that? A photograph of Mr. Frost's room. I'd like to know when it was taken. Oh, I must have gotten it mixed up with the one Samson took during the judging.
Objection!
I'm afraid to find it rather hard to believe. You said yourself that the camera ran out of film during the judging. And that you've had charge of the camera since before Mr. Tangerella had the chance to visit Mr. Frost's room. That's how you were able to take that picture when you discovered Mr. Frost's body. I suppose so? This suggests that you took only 2 pictures with the new film. One of Mr. Frost's body and one of his room. But I have a piece of evidence that says otherwise. You do? Which piece of evidence contradicts the assumption that Miss Bound only took 2 pictures? Ah! Oh my god. The pictures all ran out.
Take that.
The camera? You gave the picture of the body to the police and the picture of Mr. Frost's room to me. Oh, and you gave us that picture you took of me and Mr. Edgeworth, too. 3 photographs in total. And yet, the film cartridge in this camera only has 3 exposures remaining. Out of a total of 20. You took more pictures, and I want to know what of. I'll need to see all of the photos you took. Perhaps then we'll finally know what you were really up to. I'm so sorry. I confess, I've been lying to you. Huh. These are all shots of Frost's room. I'm so sorry. Looks like she took pictures of its work from every possible angle. And when they were taken, the ice still hadn't melted yet. Every possible angle, you say? So someone would be able to recreate it. Wait, don't tell me. It was you. It was. At least, I'm pretty sure it was. You are? Why? Well, you see, I'm a huge fan of Mr. Hillick's work, you know. I was petrified that they might be ruined. What with the investigation that was going on and everything. So I thought I should at least capture the sculptures on film for posterity. And how did that make them melt? I think perhaps I was so intent on getting the perfect photographs that I might have tripped over the power cord without noticing. By mistake, are you sure? I didn't notice it at the time, but, well, how could I have been so careless as to cause the loss of his final masterpieces? Seems a little convenient to me. I'm not sure I believe it. But I'm not in a position to refute it either. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to cause any trouble. Please, don't worry about it. The important thing is that you told us the truth. What he said? No hard feelings, Miss Bound. Thank you. Mr. Edgeworth. Picture's yours. Hope it helps. Oh! There he is! Ta-da! All your infernal nuisance are still here. You don't know when to give up. Linger for as long as you like. The answer is still the same. You are not part of this investigation. Whether we're part of it or not, we'll uncover the truth nonetheless. It seems you don't know when to shut up either. But I commend you on your stubbornness. Mr. Von Karma, I'm afraid I'm the one responsible for Mr. Frost's work melting. What? What is the meaning of this? I'm so sorry, and to you, Mr. Gusteau. No concern of mine. I didn't do anything, and Mr. Von Karma agrees. Nothing at all, Mr. Gusteau. You went into Mr. Frost's room, didn't you? Perhaps you could tell us why. Sure, I was. Silence! You are not to give the attorney even the tiniest shred of information. Judy Bound, you're calling me with me. I have reason to believe that you are an accomplice of the accused Samson Tangaroa. No, I will be interrogating you personally, so you had better get your story in order. I understand. Wait, please. I'm not done questioning her myself. And you think I care because... But, Gusteau, and you, Sko, I have questions for all of you, and I expect answers. Fine by me.
Ooh, you could at least ask nicely, mannequins.
He took literally everyone with him. Indeed. Well, I suppose that means there's little point in us hanging around either. Perhaps it's time we got going anyway. It is rather late. Hope the snow has let up. You're right, home time. Guess my stomach's in agreement too. Alright, let's go grab a burger. Before my own stomach starts grumbling too. Sounds good to me. Let's eat up and rest up. We'll need to be fighting fit for tomorrow. We will indeed. Our first port of call will be Mr. Tangaroa. Ah, I love the flashback so much. Okay, but that tells us a lot. It's the ladder. Okay. Okay, thank God. We're getting somewhere. Finally. Hopefully. Well, I shall disappear one more time. It's only been 2 hours? What? Okay. 1, 2, 3. I shall disappear. One, two, three, and I shall appear once more. My gosh, this case goes by fast. I mean, with the flashbacks and all, it does give a lot of chapters. Let me just... Jesus. December 25th. 10 a.m. Oh, it's still the flashback. Hey, it's Miss Bound.
Oh, Mr. Fender. Mr. Edgeworth. I'm so sorry about what happened yesterday.
She looks rather tired. Has Mr. Van Kommer finished interrogating you?
Yes, I thought he really only seemed interested in how I melted those sculptures.
Are you here to see Mr. Tangaroa too?
Yes, I'm terribly worried about him.
What? Why are you here? Detective Bad, what are you doing back there? Oh, just happened to be here. I'll be heading back to the scene soon. Not sure how anyone just happens to be at a detention center, but okay. Good morning. What has happened to you? Your hair! Oh my god, what has happened to you? Mr. Tangaroa, what happened to you?
Oh no, Samson, what did they do to you?
They didn't seem to want to let me sleep. I had no idea interrogations could be so involved. Sorry if I seem distracted. I think I'm a little tired. I'm not letting you sleep? That's not police work, that's torture! What's going on here, Detective Bad? I'm not the one doing the interviewing. It's the guy they put on the case before me. I like Von Karma's methods about as much as you do, which is why I'm doing what I can to help. It was Detective Bad who got me out of there. I'd still be in that interrogation room right now, if it weren't for him. Detective Bad really is trying to look out for Mr. Tangaroa in his own way, it seems. Alright, Eddie, let's share yesterday's findings with Mr. Tangaroa. You got it, Mr. E! My notepad is just ready! Mr. Tangaroa, we found out quite a bit if you'd like to hear it. Of course, thank you. Are you alright, Mr. Tangaroa? You seem kind of spaced out. I'm fine, I think my blood sugar might be running a little low.
Samson,
do you have anything that might give him a little energy boost? Ah, here you go. Huh? Is that chocolate for me?
Oh, those are the chocolates I
wish I could just give them to you, Mr. Tangaroa. But the rules here don't exactly allow me to do so. Oh, that's just shame, but rules are rules, I suppose. Bad, please. There must be some way we can hand them to him. Perhaps Detective Bad is noting the meaningful looks in his direction. Let me take a look at them.
If they seem legit, I might consider passing them on to the suspect. Thank you, Detective Bad.
My hero!
I'm touched. Thank you, Detective. Yeah, whatever. Just sit tight. Here. You don't know how much this means to me. Yeah. Keep it down, will ya? For both our sakes. Of course, Detective. I wouldn't wish to put your livelihood at risk. Now, sample these streets. Detective, I apologize for putting you in a tight spot. I didn't do it for you. It was my call.
Guess you're not such a bad guy, after all.
Oh, the sweetness. I feel like a man reborn. Were they your handiwork, Judy?
Yes, how were they?
Feel them melt, soft and smooth. Chocolate that'll comfort and soothe. Ear to ear, head to toe, head to toe. Smile and savor the taste as it flows. Delicious. They're not exactly beautiful, but they're sweet and oh so flavorful. Thank you, Judy.
I'm so glad you liked them.
I'm glad you're back to your old self. My apologies, friends. The food they serve here is just so flavorless. Between that and the lack of sleep, I was about ready to collapse from sheer despair. Wow, is food here really all that bad? Just the usual. French fries, ham sandwich, stuff like that.
You get French fries in prison?
Yes, and yet I couldn't taste a thing. Anyway, I'm heading back to the scene. Before you go, Detective, do you have any new information to share? Oh yeah, you were right about the victim's identity. Frost worked as a sculptor in France, where he was known as Paul Halik. Audie Frost was Paul Halik. I never would have imagined.
Poor Mr. Halik.
So the famous French sculptor wasn't a Frenchman after all, huh?
Yeah, this guy eats his thoughts. Literally.
This all would certainly explain why Mr. Halik was such a recluse and refused to show his face in public. He was busy working on his greatest masterpiece, apparently. Bunch of Zodiac statues. Guess he'll never finish them now.
He never finished his greatest masterpiece?
Nah, seems he was making statues for each season. But he never got around to the winter constellations. The winter constellations? You mean Taurus and Gemini? So the two he made out of ice would have completed the set. Yeah, and now they're nothing but puddles. What a bummer.
I'm so sorry.
Oh no, Miss Bound, I wasn't blaming you.
One last thing. Seems he had himself a bit of a spending habit when it came to his work. Every statue cost him millions to make, which means he was always strapped for cash. We're checking to see if there's any chance someone called him a debt.
Guess not even famous artists are safe from money problems.
Do you have any idea why he entered the confectionery contest? None. Guy didn't even tell his family. I see. Alright. I really gotta get going. I'll go fetch another guard. I can't be hanging around here any longer. Understood, Detective. We'll see you again shortly. Okay. He's a good man. He certainly is. And an uncompromising one. Somebody who can be trusted to stand up for what he believes in.
And to scare the pants out of anybody now new he meets?
Now, you were going to tell me about what you learned yesterday. Of course. Allow me to give you a full report. Thank you for that, and allow me to apologize on Julie's behalf. I'm so sorry.
Hello, it's me, the attorney. Hi, Ace. Welcome to the stream. Oh my gosh, we're in the flashback. It is glorious. Look at Gregory Edgeworth. Miles Edgeworth's father.
This is such a hype case. I'm loving this so much. It's fine, Mr. Tangaroa. As I told her yesterday, the important thing is that we learn the truth in the end. Now, would you mind if I ask you a question or two? By all means, I'll gladly share all that I can. Okay. What can you tell me about the contestants who took part in the final round of the contest? Let's see. There was Miss Skull. I loved her design concept. Unfortunately, her entry was in violation of the rules, and so I had to disqualify her. Mr. Cousteau's creations were a perfect balance of flavor and design, at least up through the semi-final. But disappointingly, his entry for the final was subpar on most counts. And there was actually something a little unusual about his entry for the semi-final as well. Which was... it tasted identical to Mr. Frost's. They may have looked different, but I could have sworn I was eating the same thing. What? Huh? What exactly does this would look like? Oh, there should be a photograph back in my mansion.
I'll show it to you later, Mr. Edgeworth.
Much appreciated, Miss Bound. Disqualify her? I barely know her. I mean, you weren't here before, but I've noticed we inspected her room quite thoroughly. She's such a fraud. But Mr. Frost's entry for the final stats was truly sublime. So we were able to finish judging it, even though his body had been discovered in the meantime. Yes, I wasn't aware of what had happened until after I'd completed my assessment. Mr. Frost wasn't in his room when I visited, so I took the liberty of sampling a bit. Part of the liar, I believe. I'd never tasted anything like it. It was like a dream. I was so moved that I burst into song. What? I'm sorry, but are you saying that the liar tasted good? I'd like to hear more about that if you don't mind. You're quite sure it was the liar you tasted when you sampled Mr. Frost's work? I'm certain of it. It was part of the Gemini sculpture, which was the only sculpture in that display case. Mr. Tangaroa, would you mind taking a look at this photograph for me? So the part you tried was the liar, the one shown here without any strings. Oh, there were strings originally. That was the part I ate. So the strings were missing because Mr. Tangaroa ate them all, and he enjoyed them? Miss Colm told us that he ate a part of the liar as well, but she said it was far too salty for her to finish. Then it's true. The truth is, I've suspected for a while that there might be something wrong with my sense of taste. Something wrong? How so exactly? There's a taste disorder characterized by an inability to detect salty flavors, and I suspect I've been suffering from it. I eat so many sweet foods on a daily basis that it took a while for me to even notice. But there's no denying it now. That'll explain why the food here seems so bland to him.
Yeah, French fries? Tasting bland? I mean, they should have tasted salty.
What? But your taste buds are your livelihood! Even if there was some long-term treatment option, I highly doubt a total cure for your condition exists. Nevertheless, you should put in a request to the police for a proper evaluation. Oh, that won't be necessary. I have a recipe for a cure back at my mansion. You do? I do. You can take a look at it for yourself if you like.
Samson, we can't show that recipe to just anybody!
Judy, Mr. Edgeworth is hardly just anybody. He's my attorney, and I have no secret for him. I mean, there are French fries without salt.
Yeah, but... they should have tasted like something.
Maybe he just likes his French fries really salty. Okay, sorry.
Yes, you're right, of course. If that is what you wish.
What on earth is a secret recipe for a miracle cure that they've been hiding? It's in that cookbook, you dunce.
Well, I suppose I should be getting back.
Bro dipped his French fry in the ocean. Alright, we'll be right behind you. Judy.
Yes, Samson.
There's more to life than just me. Please, Judy, think about the life you want to live. Because I won't always be around.
Don't say that! Without you, I don't have a life to live! So I'll be waiting, right there at the mansion, until you come home. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Wait, Miss Bound! Judy. Whoa, she seemed really upset. I thought I saw tears in her eyes. Never lets a woman cry because he drinks all the tears. Oh my god. Why did he even say all that to her? Because I worry about her. She can't keep putting my needs ahead of her own. What do you mean? The whole leek collection. The candy making. It's all because she thinks these things will make me happy. She never thinks about what she wants. What she likes. I just want her to be her own person. To choose her own destiny. The last thing I want for her is to miss out on all that life has to offer because of me. I guess that makes sense. He will later see her as his own child. What parent wouldn't want their child to walk their own path? And what parents wouldn't do everything they could to protect them? I know exactly how he feels in this moment.
Stop making me cry, dude!
I think I've asked you everything I can for now, Mrs. Tangaroa. We should be getting back to the scene of the crime. Oh, you're leaving. I see. I suppose I'll be going back to the interrogation room for another session. Ah yes, we'll have to do something about that. You'll speak to the police for me. That too, but I'll be putting something else in place as well. An ace up our sleeve when the time comes. Huh, I look forward to learning more. I'm counting on you, Mr. Edgeworth.
We'll be back to brief you, Mr. Tangaroa, every day! And Judy too!
Thank you, Eddie. I'll look forward to it. Mr. Tangaroa, your interrogator will do everything in his power to extract a confession from you. I hate seeing an innocent man suffer like this. But please, you have to do everything you can to hold out. If you can't, Mr. Von Karma will use that confession against you for as long as this case lasts. And it will make it that much harder for me to save you. I understand. And I'll try. I won't give up until you're out of there, Mr. Tangaroa. You have my word on that. Okay, let's go.
Why is this man inspecting the fountain?
Fountain room. Detective Bat, thank you again for what you did earlier.
Yeah, thanks a ton!
What are you talking about?
There's nothing to be shy about it.
Fountain got ocean salt. Never mind that now. I'm guessing you two are back here looking to investigate some more. We are indeed. We'll need something solid if we're going to save Mr. Tangaroa. Well, I hate to break it to you, but apart from this room, the whole place is on lockdown.
What? Well, we need to use those other rooms!
This is Mr. Von Karma's doing, I presume? Who else? Haven't seen the autopsy report yet either. Guy's probably got a hand in that too. Huh. I don't expect to speak with anybody, except us cops and his bound. Everybody else is gone, and I doubt Von Karma will be handing out phone numbers.
Is this all just a game to him? Why does he have to go so far?
So what's your plan of action, Detective? Same as before. Do what I can to help you uncover the truth, like I promised. You have my gratitude.
I have a better idea, and that's not safe, Miss Tangaroa. What? Why? He's such a nice man. Just wait, Mr. Von Karma. We're gonna beat you in your bag of dirty tricks.
Detective, may we conduct a brief investigation of the area? Sure. Like I said, everywhere else is off bounds. Probably won't be seeing those rooms again. That's fine. As long as there's at least some way of continuing an investigation, we'll make do.
Finally, another investigation! First, what is this man doing?
Excuse me, may I ask what you're investigating?
Sir, I'm analyzing the fountain water to see what might be in it, sir.
Dude, is the reason people are running out of salt and it's gonna cause a famine.
What? Nah, he's in the cells. Nah, it's fine. He's a confectioner after all. He only eats sweet things in the foreseeable future.
And what did you find?
Chocolate and what looks like the kind of flavorings and colorings used in frozen desserts, sir.
The composition of the chocolate seems to be the same as that of Mr. Tangaroa's work.
What? Huh?
And the flavors and colorings match the profile of those used in Mr. Frost's ice sculptures. Those little rivers flow from all 4 artists' rooms right here to this fountain. Guess that's how the stuff from melted sculptures wound up in there. And that's not all, sir. We also found blood. What? Why is there blood in the water? Why didn't you say that earlier, my guy? He will get thirsty and drink the freaking ocean water to satiate. I mean, he will die if he does that. Salt water isn't that good for your health. Think back to our investigation of the murder scene, detective. Oh my god! That's what the killer did! He dropped a piece of blood chocolate in the freaking river! Because blood is salt as well. Ew! You will not drink blood. Very conspicuous pool of blood that should be here is clearly missing. Yes! They dropped that piece of blood chocolate in the water! The victim's blood was mysteriously absent. As was part of the chocolate chest it had pulled on. I believe that the blood probably belonged to the victim.
Take that!
The victim, huh? I drank my own blood. Don't do that, my guy! Oh god. You are so chaotic. I'll have the guy compare it with the blood of the murder weapon. Huh? It's a match. The blood in the fountain is Frost's. Why would someone want to send the victim's blood downstream into a fountain like this? It's found in the fountain, but not at the scene of the crime. Interesting. Miss Bound, we're here to continue our investigation. Oh, Mr. Ashworth, I'm so sorry about earlier. She's still looking kinda down in the dumps, mystery. She must have been greatly taken aback by what Mr. Tangaroa had to say. Thought it's common to suck your own blood if you have small wounds. I mean, yeah, I do that too, but I mean, fair. In that interpretation, yes, you can drink your own blood, but don't cut yourself for just that, please. Not good for you. I found a photograph of the semi-final entrance for you. Yes, here, it's all yours. Ooh, look at that! You are addicted to salt. Nah. Wow, Miss Cone sure knows how to make a cute cake. Yes, Samson loved her design for that one. And he loved the designs and flavors for Mr. Gusteau and Mr. Frost's entries too. Only problem was, as Samson mentioned earlier, they tasted exactly the same. Yeah. I mean, the roses are even the same. I think they're made by the same person. However, the respective entries for the final stated nothing alike, it seems. Was there anything else of note that changed between the semi-final and the final? Nothing major, but I guess there was one thing. Clip it. Nope. That was a bit too much, dude. Stop it, or I will put you in a timeout, okay? Sheesh. Mr. Gusteau's son was always here with him throughout the contest, but he was nowhere to be seen during the final. Why would his son come along and hang out at the contest venue of all places? You sure you're happy for us to keep hold of this? Of course, I hope it helps with your investigation. Oh, and I also have the book containing the recipe for the cure Samson mentions. You've seen this book before. Yes. It was in the chocolate frame in Tangaroa's room. Rose needs one of those ice sculptures to chill. Wow. Good one. That's right, he put it on display here so that everybody could see the grand prize. What? The cure is in the ultimate cookbook? So it's not a book of desserts, perhaps, I take it. Oh no, we told the contestants, of course. But I guess nobody told you yet. So the contestants all knew what the ultimate cookbook was this whole time. For creating a cure for taste disorders and other chemical and pharmaceutical items. Cool. I'd like to hear more about the cookbook if you don't mind, Miss Bound. So if I understand correctly, the ultimate cookbook is actually a collection of recipes for different medicines. Exactly, or rather totally new medications that haven't made it to the market yet, to be precise. So right by a pharmaceutical company, for example, it would be worth a fortune. But why make the grand prize in a confectionery contest?
This Tangaroa is the sole heir to the Tangaroa family fortune. Perhaps he's heard of the Tangaroa group.
The Tangaroa group? Yeah, I think I've heard of them somewhere before.
It's a major pharmaceutical corporation. It sells all kinds of pills and poisons.
Oh yeah, that new Cold Killer Pro has been making some real waves since it went on sale. I always reach for a Cold Killer when I'm feeling under the weather.
Which is never as far as I've seen.
I'd like to hear more about the Tangaroa group if you don't mind.
Interesting.
So did Mr. Tangaroa not want to take over for his parents and go into the family business?
No, he preferred the idea of making people's lives better through the power of confectionery. And his parents supported him in his quest to become the best in the world. And then, when they passed away, he inherited the cookbook.
But why would he make such a valuable heirloom a mere contest prize?
He's been hounded by so many people looking to make that book their own. He was so tired of it.
But it would have been an insult to his parents' memory simply to give it away.
So he decided to find somebody he felt was worthy of it.
I'll bet the board of directors loved that. Handing over the fruits of all their expensive research to someone else.
They hated the idea, of course, which is why Delicia entered the contest. The Tangaroa group wanted her to win the book back for them.
Ah! So you knew she was a pharmacist all along?
Yes, and not only that, I told her how to appeal to Samson's taste. I tried to help her win.
But why?
I wanted to protect Samson by protecting the Tangaroa group. If that cookbook fell into another company's hands, the board would never forgive him. So I wanted to find a way to keep it with the company, but in a way that Samson couldn't object to.
So that's how Miss Cole managed to make it so far in the contest she had no business taking part in. But Miss Cole was the only one pretending, was she? Mr. Frost wasn't really a confectioner either. And he still made it all the way to the final, just like she did. Not bad.
Yes, it's unbelievable, isn't it? Such a talented sculptor and a gifted crafter of desserts too.
Gifted indeed, judging by the standard of his work in the final. But how did one man produce pieces of that size and quality in such a short period of time?
I'm not sure I have much more to tell you. But if there's anything else I can help you with, I'd be happy to, of course.
She's certainly very keen to ensure that she does all she can for Mr. Tangaroa. I could certainly use a cup of tea you made us yesterday, if you would mind. I think it might help us move the investigation along nicely. Oh, I love some too! Your tea's to die for, Miss Bound!
Well, how could I possibly refuse? I'll bring it right out.
You know, I think that cheered her up a little. Yeah, she liked making tea. It's already complete! Okay. We've learned a little more about the contest participants. There's still one question involving Mr. Cousteau, which we've never got an answer for. Yeah, why wasn't he in there? Oh god, do we have to go to the toe with Von Karma again? For the answer? What was he doing in Mr. Frost's room? That's not all. I also have questions about the work he submitted for the semifinals. Yeah, they looked exactly the same. A confectioner who admits to lacking design sense and a sculptor with it in spades. Mr. Cousteau could not have hoped to win such a high-level contest by himself. Which is why I'm beginning to wonder if there was some sort of connection between him and Mr. Frost. Detective, I need to ask Mr. Cousteau a few more questions. His story still doesn't quite add up for me. Me neither. We need to figure out how to get in touch with him. Oh, do you now? Oh, there he is! Perfect! Perfect timing. Good luck with that, because I have no intention of allowing it. Mr. Von Karma, I am already in the midst of my own investigation into Cousteau, so there's no need for the likes of you to pester him with the same questions again. Tisk, tisk, tisk. I will, however, be happy to answer any questions you might have. It seems dead set on preventing me from talking to Mr. Cousteau, in which case... Fine, allow me to take you up on your offer. Very well. What is it?
I'd like you to tell me about the connection between Mr. Cousteau and Mr. Frost.
Okay. The connection between Cousteau and Frost. It was simply a matter of coincidence. They both happened to be taking part in the same contest. No.
And that's all.
That's all I have to say to you. What? But that doesn't help us at all.
We'll have to confront him with evidence if we want to draw the truth out of him.
And it's imperative that we do. He's clearly hiding something. connection between Gusto and Frost. No. Wrong. Wrong. Ta-da!
Objection!
Easy peasy lemon squeezy. I wonder if you could look at the two confections in the foreground for me, Mr. Von Karma. They were made for the contest semifinals. Also quite exquisitely crafted, wouldn't you agree? Get to the point. As the nameplate suggests, there were Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost's entries. Mr. Gusto told us that confectionery design was far from his strong suit. And yet, his work in the picture is just good as Mr. Frost, exactly as good in fact. We've learned through another witness that our two entries also tasted exactly the same. What are you suggesting? I am suggesting that they were helping one another out. Let's take a closer look, shall we? While at first glance the two may appear to be superficially different, it soon becomes apparent that there are significant similarities in how they were put together. They are made of the same ingredients, taste the same, and share a similar design aesthetic. This picture is proof positive that the two are working together. If you figured out that much, I suppose there's little point in denying it. Mr. Von Karma knew all along that they were cooperating. But I'll warn you, none of what you're about to hear will be to your advantage. Okay. Let me confirm what you seem so desperate to prove. Gusto and Frost were indeed working together. Gusto spelled out the details of his relationship to Frost during his questioning last night. It seems they were helping one another right up until the day before the final. So, you knew that the two were cooperating. Mr. Von Karma, why are you trying to bury the truth? Please, enough with the petty slander. I merely wanted to avoid you poking your nose around before I can provide proper context in court. It simply slipped my mind to explain that to you. Doesn't explain why he's doing so slippery with the facts, though. Need to figure out what he's hiding. Can't let things end like this.
Hold it!
But why were they cooperating? Gusto's sense of design is subpar, and Frost was an amateur confectioner at best. Neither of them stood a chance of making it through the contest alone. So what was their endgame? Why cooperate until only the day before the finals? Gusto claims to have ended the scheme. Allegedly, he wanted to win the final on his own merits. His one and only goal really was to be crowned the world's best confectioner. And his pride would not allow him to do so with the help of another. She's just gonna only ever win Hollow victories, I guess? I was under the impression that their collaboration has only lasted through the semifinals. I'm starting to think it might have lasted up through the final itself. Mr. Von Karma, I'd like to ask you some more about how long they worked together for it, if you don't mind. If you must. In subpar, and Frost was an amateur confectioner at best, and the two cooperated until the day before the final, then decided to compete on their own merits. Day before the final. I mean... Something about the fact that it was salty really bothers me for some reason. Is it this? Please tell me it's this.
Objection!
Oh my god, it is! Ah! Yes! Oh my god, amazing. They weren't working together during the finals. I find it a little hard to believe. Miss Scone is on record as having described Mr. Frost's actions as scrumptious. And while he was certainly skilled, I doubt even he could have become a world-class confectioner overnight. It seems far more likely to me that he and Mr. Gusto were still cooperating during the finals. How many times will I explain this to you? Searches require proof, and one person's entirely subjective statement is not proof of anything. Besides, even amateurs can occasionally make delicious food. Perhaps Frost was simply lucky. My wife, for example. is an amateur whose cooking put first-class chefs to shame.
How is that not an entirely subjective statement?
Furthermore, you are ignoring another crucial part of the pharmacist's testimony. Namely, that she also described some of Frost's work as having been unbearably salty. In other words, your evidence actually shows that Frost failed to produce a perfect confectionery.
Sisk.
Cheating in a baking competition? The worst kind of crime. Prisoner forever worthy. No more objections, I take it.
There must be some way I can prove that Gusteau and Frost were still collaborating.
Mr. E?
There's something that's been on my mind.
Yes, what is it, Eddie?
Mr. Frost's entry for the final wouldn't have taken a while to make?
I would imagine so.
Making flavored water, freezing it all, and then carving 2 whole sculptures. Could you really have done that all and help Mr. Gusteau with his work?
If it was me, I'd barely have gotten as far as setting the flavored water up to the freeze part.
I just can't see how Mr. Frost could have pulled that off.
Perhaps there's some lawyering instinct in you after all, Eddie.
Ah!
Pondering certainly points to another possibility.
Eddie's right. Mr. Frost would have needed to freeze his own large blocks of flavored ice to create his art. And there wouldn't have been time to do that during the contest itself. So what must Mr. Frost have done in order to finish his flavored ice entry within the time limit?
Make the ice the day before the final.
He must have made the flavored ice the day before. Then all he would have had was to sculpt it.
What are you muttering about now?
Oh, I'm sorry. I just realized something. That's all. I realized that you're correct.
What? Mr. E?
I hope you know what you're doing.
Oh, accepting defeat at last, are we?
The only thing I'm accepting is that perhaps one of the things you said was true. They were helping one another right up till the day before the final. Just as you said, the day before the final really did mark the end of their collaboration. Mr. Frost's entry was carved entirely from blocks of flavored ice. Ice which would have needed at least a day to freeze. Those flavors would therefore have already been prepared by Mr. Gusteau.
Yes, which lines up perfectly with what Gusteau told me. And he helped Frost until the day before the final.
In that case, why didn't Mr. Frost reciprocate and help Mr. Gusteau in return?
I can hardly be expected to read the minds of the dead.
Objection.
Perhaps not, but I imagine Mr. Gusteau could tell us. So why don't you let us speak with him? Or do you still insist your interrogation was as thorough as you claim?
How? How dare you call my message into question?
It's not my intention. I just don't understand why you would obstruct a perfectly valid line of inquiry. Give me one good reason as to why you're keeping Mr. Gusteau from me.
One good reason, certainly. The how and why of Mr. Frost and Gusteau's collaboration have absolutely no bearing on this case.
Objection.
How can you possibly say that with any certainty? If their relationship had broken down for some reason, it could very well have been the motive behind this murder.
Could it indeed? Then why did Gusteau himself tell me all about it? Why did the man you seem so keen on accusing share the details of his collaboration with the prosecution? Please tell me you have some proof to back up your preposterous suspicions this time.
Mr. Gusteau only acted suspiciously one time we know of. And I imagine Mr. Von Karma is aware exactly what the suspicious action was. Which means it's probably a trap.
Well, cat got your tongue.
And even if this is a trap, I can't back down now. Mr. Gusteau snuck into Mr. Frost's room and we still don't know why. That fact alone is reason enough to suspect him.
Tisk. If that's your only concern, then allow me to clear it up for you.
I knew it. It was a trap.
I was saving this for the trial, but consider it a taste of things to come. Plus, I'd hate for the proceedings to drag on because of your needless interjections. Here, take a look at this.
That's
Gusteau and Frost and their sons.
Oh my god.
Gusteau snuck into Frost's room in order to retrieve this photograph.
But why?
It seems their sons attended the same elementary school. Gusteau was concerned that the fact of Mr. Frost and his acquaintance might place him under undue suspicion. A concern that you have just proved is entirely well-founded. Gusteau's actions make perfect sense. You have given me no reason to believe otherwise. He's never going to let me talk to Mr. Cousteau. Now, if you're quite done obstructing my investigation, I have things to be getting on with. Huh. That smug, self-righteous jerk! I'll give him something to be getting on with. What do we do, Mr. E? Mr. Tangaroa is finished if we can't figure something out. Things to be getting on with. What exactly could those things be? He has a body, a murder weapon, and a suspect in custody. If the prosecution needs to pursue Mr. Tangaroa, surely they have all they need. Why is Mr. Von Karma still investigating the scene of the crime? Something in your mind, Mr. E? We're missing something. Something important. Mr. Von Karma has everything he needs to proceed with a prosecution of Mr. Tangaroa. And yet he still doesn't seem entirely confident of his case. If he was, why refuse to share information with Detective Bad? Who else? Haven't seen the autopsy report. Oh! No autopsy report. In addition, we still haven't solved the mystery of what happened to the evidence that went missing. Yeah. I mean, duh. That blood chocolate was in the fountain. Missing victim's blood. Yes. Evidence that turned up not in Miss Tangaroa's room, but in a most unusual place. Haha, yes. So there were no traces of Mr. Frost's blood left in Mr. Tangaroa's room. And he found some in the fountain instead. Why? I mean, it's the same blood. That was obvious. Yay! Mr. Frost's blood went missing from the crime scene. But traces of it showed up in the fountain. Why could this trouble removing the blood from the scene after the body had been discovered? Why only the blood? Surely the body would have also been in the way. Wait, could somebody have moved the body aside to get to the blood? Huh. And that would have showed up in the autopsy report. Bingo. So the body might have been moved aside, or even removed from the scene of the crime entirely. After all, as far as we know, there's still no autopsy report. We've learned plenty about the murder weapon and the suspect, but very little about the body itself. Our assumption thus far has been the body had been recovered by the forensics team. But what if that assumption is false? What if Mr. Von Karma would show Detective Bad the autopsy report out of something other than spite? What if we've been thinking about this the wrong way around all along? The question isn't why did Mr. Von Karma hold back information about the body? Is this Mr. Von Karma even have any information about the body in the first place? How do things look from that angle? Perhaps the body hadn't been removed by the police in order to carry out an autopsy. Perhaps it had already been removed and hidden away by the culprit before their arrival. Mr. E? We've both heard the rumors about Mr. Von Karma's questionable methods. Fabricated witness statements, shady deals, forged evidence even. Sure, everybody's heard of that stuff, but what's that got to do with us right now? I will never judge a person on the basis of rumors alone. Even Mr. Von Karma, I've tried my best not to let my preconceptions color our interactions with him. Nonetheless, it appears he may indeed be willing to twist the truth at his own ends. Twist the truth? You mean he's been playing dirty? I fear it might have been. Still is. I'm not about to let him get away with it. I'm returning to the prosecutor's office. Don't breathe a word about anything to that infernal attorney. Yes, sir.
Hold it.
Yes. What is it now? I have a quick questions, Mr. Von Karma. But there's certain facts you've been keeping from us. Really? You mean to call the methods of an official sanctioned investigation into question yet again? I'm warning you. If you obstruct the police in their work any further, there will be consequences.
Objection.
It's not the police I have an issue with, Mr. Von Karma. It's you. What? Isn't it on the prosecution to work out the real culprit of the crime is? What foolishness is this? I have no intention of debating what the prosecutor's role is or not with the likes of you. Let me make one thing clear. My job is to identify suspects and ensure that every last one of them is convicted at all costs. Believe me when I say I leave absolutely no room for doubt when I present my perfect, unassailable cases.
Objection.
And how far would you go for your perfect cases? Would you create facts out of whole cloth, perhaps? Ha! And I thought you had outdone yourself already. But now you intend to accuse me of fabricating evidence. I do. Because it is why you've done nothing but hinder Detective Bat from doing his job at every turn.
What are you talking about?
You didn't shut him out of the investigation because you wanted him to keep an eye on us. You did it so you did it to stop him from finding out that you don't have the body.
What?
He doesn't have the body? Ridiculous! You're clutching at straws. I will tolerate no more of your preposterous slander. Then allow us to examine it. Prove me wrong, if you can. I'm afraid you'll have to try a little harder than that. I am under no obligation whatsoever to prove your baseless accusations one way or another.
Objection!
As you must have seen for yourself, a piece of bloody chocolate is missing from the scene of the crime. Why did it disappear? And where did it go? What does it matter? Some blood went missing from the chest where the body was found. So what? So what indeed? That is precisely my question. If the body was still at the scene when the police got here, removing the blood would accomplish nothing. However, let us suppose for a moment that the body was not. If someone had wanted to erase any trace of what had happened in that room, then it all makes perfect sense. What is this fancy obsession with the blood stain? But since it's so important to you, why don't you tell me where you believe it went? Of course, after all, evidence is everything, and you never tire of telling us. I believe you should back up my theory quite nicely. What evidence do I have that shows where the blood went? It was found in the fountain.
Take that!
Traces of the victim's blood were found in the fountain, along with traces of the chocolate from Mr. Tangaroa's room. I believe the missing piece of blood-stained chocolate was dumped into the stream that flows up to the fountain, which strongly points towards one certain fact. Someone purposely disposed of the blood after the body had been removed from the chest. Ugh. Mr. Von Karma, where did you find the body? You didn't find it, did you? Answer me! You... Where did you get your hands on that kind of evidence? You have neither the authority nor the means to carry out that kind of analysis on the fountain water.
No, but I do.
Curse you, Bad. You've been the thorn in my side from the moment you're aside. Well, no longer. As of now, you're officially off the case.
I was barely on it in the first place.
Mr. Von Karma, you still haven't answered my question. Will you admit it? Will you confirm that no body was ever recovered? It's really quite a claim, you know. And one for which you'll never find any proof for, I'm afraid. This music sounds like something that would fit right into the Trails games. It is a very hype objection theme. What must I do to get an answer out of him? Now, if you don't mind, I have given you quite enough of my precious time already. I look forward to destroying you in court, Gregory Edgeworth. Your precious logic and theories won't save you then. Nothing will. Mark my words, Mr. Von Karma. Your methods will be your undoing. No matter how you try to hide the truth, I'll bring it all to light in the end. And you did. Forgive me, Detective. I didn't mean to put you in a difficult position.
Don't sweat it. It was always going to end this way. Honestly, nobody's ever sidelined me the way he did before. First time for everything, huh? No, I think you might be right about the body being missing.
I am, and I'll prove it in court.
Well, if there's anything I could do to help, just say the word. Since, you know, I'm off the case now.
That's very kind, and I'm sorry to keep asking favors of you, Detective Bad. There's one more thing. Hey, what are you guys whispering about? Come on, let me get a little secret. Alright, Eddie. The detective and I were just arranging a little insurance for the trial. I think we have enough to see Mr. Tangaroa acquitted. But I prefer to have an ace in the hole, just in case. And what is it? You'll find out in the courtroom. Wait, what? You let me join you? Of course I am. You are my assistant, after all. Ha! I'll be more than that by next year. I'll be a full-fledged attorney, you know. You can take on Mr. Von Karma together. Indeed. Though I'm hoping we'll have freed Mr. Tangaroa by then. But if we're up against Mr. Von Karma, I guess we can't rule out the possibility that this might take some time. Right, but we'll do everything we can in the meantime. I knew you could beat Mr. Von Karma, Mr. E. I believe in you. We can't allow Mr. Tangaroa to remain in prison for a crime he didn't commit. And we won't. I'll expose Mr. Von Karma's lies if it's the last thing I do. And that's the last we will see of him. I'll miss you, Gregory. Oh, okay. I'm going to a break for a second because I need to check something out real quick. I will be right back. Okay. I was debating something real quick. My apologies. I'm debating, but... Am I being too forgiving on some chatters, or... It's difficult for me to judge on that, but anyway. They're gone anyway for now. So if they come back, then I will. And if they try something like that again, then... Yeah. Oh well. It's not even been 3 hours! We can continue with the letter! Amazing! Okay, let's continue. Okay. April 2nd to 10 PM. Zodiac Hall, Fountain Room. And that's pretty much how things went down. Those are the facts of IS-7 as far as I'm concerned. Finally learning the truth about my father's last case. So what happened at the trial? Well, we lost. Von Karma did a real number on us. Really? You couldn't prove that Mr. Tangerella is innocent? Oh, I could prove it alright. I had a decent little pile of evidence in our favor. Problem was, we underestimated Von Karma. He fought even dirty and then we feared. It's your stream, you make the rules. You'd even borrowed a fancy judge's chair for these streams. Yeah, I mean, I am the judge. I'm being merciful today. But there have been patterns before. I don't know. He was leading me into that, so... I don't know. Do I have a jury? What does the jury say? No. I don't know. I shouldn't! I shall think about it after the stream. Problem was, we underestimated Von Karma. He fought even dirtier than we feared. I can imagine. Secure a conviction at all costs. That was always his guiding principle. Huh, yeah. Ain't that the truth? Anywho, the trial dragged on and on. Whole thing took about a year in the end. I'll never get the day the verdict came down. December 28th, that following year. It's April now, so... Ooh, mama. We're talking over 17 years ago. We, the jury, find an defendant either guilty or not guilty. We're no law experts. We're just silly little guys forced to be in a jury. Perfect neutral answer there, Wingen. Thank you very much. Time sure does fly, huh? December 28th. I was there that day 17 years ago, sitting in the courtroom gallery. Just before the trial got started, Gregory noticed that Samson was looking even worse than usual. Turns out the poor guy had finally reached his limits. It was so bad, it even said he wanted to be found guilty. I'm the Twitch shadow equivalent of Switzerland. Wait, you mean they forced a confession out of him? Yeah, Von Karma got what he'd been pushing for from the very beginning. Thanks for keeping me company while I slept through my break. I feel extremely tired and overworked. Back to work though. Yeah, thanks you for lurking as always, Yikachu. Thank you very much. When Gregory tried to drop the bombshell about there being no body to speak of, he learned that Von Karma had used the power of the police to head him off at the pass. He even had himself a fake autopsy report, but that wasn't the end of it. Von Karma had gotten Samson to falsely testify against himself to be an accessory to murder in court? Combined with his confession, the poor guy's goose was well and truly cooked. But Gregory still had his ace in the hole, though. The same ace he asked Detective Bat to help him with. Exactamundo. He knew he needed one last card to play if they squeezed a confession out of Samson. So he had Bat record all of Samson's interrogations. I guess Detective Bat really wanted to know the truth too, huh? We all did, but he was a trooper. Stayed for the case even after Von Karma took him off of it. He was tied up in some other big case too. Good old Bat. They don't make him like that anymore. Oh my god. Anyway, Gregory presented the recordings as proof that Samson's confession was coerced. And you know what? It almost worked. A cop named Ian Simon got fired. Samson's interrogator and the initial detective before Bat. He took the fall for pretty much the whole thing. But Von Karma didn't get away scot-free. In fact, he was disciplined by the chief prosecutor. For the one and only time in his 40-year career. Oh my god. Still, Samson himself couldn't stomach another day in court. So when that guilty verdict came down, it didn't just signal the end of that day, but the whole sad affair. I don't remember a lot myself, but my father's face when they declared Mr. Tangaroa guilty. I was a young child at the time, and even I could tell how much he was hurting inside. Gregory wanted to appeal the ruling, of course. He would have done anything to clear Samson's name. Then, well, you know what happened next. Poor guy, he never got the chance. I should have left with him that day. I'll always blame myself for not doing that. But I shoved that aside and obsessed over something else instead. Or rather, someone else. Hated what you did. Hated you for choosing to stick with Von Karma. I hope you can forgive me. No, you have every right to hate me. I went on to become a prosecutor as planned, and that's when Mr. Von Karma showed me this case file. According to these records, Mr. Tangaroa was convicted as the main culprit in Mr. Frost's murder. Nope, that's not right. Samson was convicted as an accessory to murder. Strange. The file clearly states that he was a perpetrator. Plus, I'm fairly certain that all of Mr. Von Karma's cases were successfully solved. Mind if I take a peek at those? This file has been doctored. The part about the verdict has been changed. What? Here, feast your peepers on this. Convicted as an accomplice. That's a copy of the file they have on record at the courthouse. What? Then why is my copy so different? Well, you said it came from Von Karma, yeah? My guess is he didn't want Gregory's son thinking there was a murderer out there still at large. Then what's you looking into it again, before the statute of limitations was up? So everything I believed about the case was a lie? Like they say, you gotta start somewhere. What's important is you know what's what now. Statute of limitations may have run out, but the truth's still out there, you know. I inherited Samson's case when your old man passed. Prosecution handed it off to somebody else too. The great Von Karma was going to bother facing off against a rookie like me, was he? Anyway, long story short, the killer was never found. Samson was found guilty instead. That's terrible! Is there really nothing we can do to help him? Not without the real perp, I'm afraid. Until then, his confession stands. Speaking of which, I didn't find out until after the verdict had been handed down, but Von Karma had threatened Samson and made him a deal. Told him if he didn't confess, he'd make sure Judy was convicted instead? How could he? Samson knew there was no way Judy could have done it, of course. But he wasn't going to take any chances. So he did what he was told and confessed to keep her safe. Holy crap. Now riddle me this, Milesy boy. Why do you think your Uncle Eddie just happened to be in the prison the day Bronco Knight died? That's right! You were there to see Mr. Tangaroa. Bingo! Judy and I both promised we'd visit him every day. I didn't quite keep that promise, but Judy did. She never missed one visit in all these years. Come rain or shine, she always showed up. But none of that changed is the fact that Samson is still being unduly punished day after day. Oh my god.
How heartbreaking! We gotta do something, Mr. Fender.
Well, kiddo, that's actually why we came here. The ice sculptures are back on display, just like they were all those years ago. We're going to see what we can find out. Wild Malzarino? I'm a prosecutor, Fender. I don't look at these things in the same way as you or my father. Miles. That doesn't matter right now. Speaking not as a prosecutor, but as Miles Edgeworth. I want to know the truth behind both of these cases, and I'm not leaving until I do. You really are old Gregory's son, through and through. Alright then, now that that's sorted, we can really get to work. Good thing I brought the I-7 case file and evidence with me today, huh? Here, documents first. Who doesn't love paperwork, am I right? What's in red ink are my annotations. Thank you, Fender. And here's some evidence for you. Enjoy. There's quite a few, so I'd take a minute to scope them out if I were you. Small mountain of evidence from the IS-7 incident received from Fenson. Yes, I see. I'll take a look at them in a bit.
You know, our current case is just full of loose threads too, come to think of it.
Indeed. Key players of that incident 80 years ago who just happened to get caught up in another incident. The ice sculptures in the winter wing that are perfect replicas of the ones from 18 years ago. The poison gas attack in the autumn wing, which has been disguised to look like the winter wing. These two chemicals that were found inside the Pisces statue display case, ubiquitum and asphyxium. That form a poisonous gas when mixed together. The victim of the gas attack, Carmela Cousteau, who is no stranger to the events of 18 years ago, and who is still unconscious and undergoing treatment in the medical room. And finally we come to the body floating down, face down in the fountain. Guys! What if that was the missing body? Wait, wouldn't that have been decomposed some time ago? And the fact that the ice sculptures have melted, just as they did all those years ago. The events of the present day would appear to be intimately linked with the events of the past, which means they may be able to help us learn more about what happened 18 years ago.
Sounds good to me. Let's get investigating.
Objection!
Oh god, of course, here he is! Oh no you don't! Are you forgetting somebody? I could have sworn it is my investigation? Ah, he appears just when I missed him.
Eustace is quite right. I do hope you aren't intending to obstruct him in his duties, Mr. Edgeworth. I would hate to have add a guilty to my report to the committee.
The man, the myth, the legend.
What am I guilty of now?
Of course not. I am simply offering once again to do what I can to help with this investigation.
Your offer is duly noted and duly declined.
Oof, she isn't pulling any punches.
The identity of the body from the fountain is currently being ascertained. It is only a matter of time until we have all the information we need.
Perhaps I can help you speed that process along. I think I have an idea of who our mystery victim might be.
What? Really? You have to tell me! It's the law!
Very well. Maybe it isn't just the ice sculptures that have resurfaced after 18 years. The body in the fountain may also be a visitor from the past.
Yes, that's what I was thinking!
Take that!
I believe the body in the fountain is that of the man who was murdered here 18 years ago. Mr. Artie Frost.
What?!
You're saying that was more Chillywicks?
Well, wait! Who the heck is Chillywicks or Artie or whoever it is you're talking about?
Artie Frost was a famous sculptor, Eustace, although he was better known as Paul Halik. The sculptures on display here are all his works.
No way! Sounds like he did well for himself. Always good to encounter a fellow winner.
Mr. Frost was also the victim of the IS-7 incident.
Judge Cavell knows about the IS-7 incident?
Mr. Edgeworth, the IS-7 incident is an 18-year-old case, and according to police records, the victim's body was recovered, and an autopsy duly carried out.
Sure, that's what the records say, but the records can always be trusted.
What are you insinuating?
And while the records say stuff like body totally recovered, the defense back then begged to differ. Not that it stopped the prosecution from shutting them down hard, of course. Yeah, this is winner.
What? Really?
What is it, Eustace? The body! We've got an ID!
Some sculptor called Frost or something? So I guess Edgeworth called it?
Goddess of justice!
So my father's deductors were right all along. Well, Judge Cavell, I'd say this changes things, wouldn't you? Perhaps now you'll admit that I might be of use to this case, more than a certain junior prosecutor anyway.
Ugh! No fair! You're trying to steal the win!
I'm doing no such thing. All I want is to uncover the truth. And if we're going to get to the bottom of what happened here, we'll need to work together.
You do not need to do anything, and you do not need to know the truth. This case is none of your concern.
Objection!
Whoa there, Judge G. I think you might be wrong about that.
Another of your interruptions, Mr. Fender.
Yep. See, I was on the defense team for IS-7, so this case is very much my concern. I was one of those pesky kids pushing the theory that the body had actually gone missing. The prosecutor at the time may have brushed us off, but you can't deny the testimony of her eyes. Or to put it a little more bluntly, the prosecution's case was rotten from the ground up. When there's been a miscarriage of justice caused by the prosecution, it's the committee's job to fix it, no? And who better to help you unpick the mess than someone who was there at the time? Unless you have an ulterior motive? Judge Cavell seems to know the facts of the IS-7 incident into some detail. In which case, I suspect you must be here on the committee's behalf.
Your connection to the case is noted, Mr. Fender, but I fail to see how it concerns Mr. Edgeworth.
He's the son of the original defense attorney and the protege of the case's lead prosecutor. And if that's not enough for you, he was at the trial too. I think it's just possible he might have a little something to bring to the table, don't you?
Very well. You may both assist in the investigation, but only if you refrain from interfering with the work of others. The winter wing is off limits for now. This room, however, is all yours.
Alrighty, man. Great to hear we're on the same wavelength, G. Why don't we bring it in to show we're all on the side of justice?
No. Do not test me, Mr. Fender. Your permission is to investigate can be revoked at any moment.
Duly noted, Your Honor. This is a turn from the books, huh, Milesy? Got to do our own thing after all. Thanks to your immeasurable help as always. No sweat. Besides, I was mostly doing it for me. Okay, I'll be investigating my own thing, so I'll just holler if you find something interesting. I will. Okay, shall we?
Heck yeah! Let the investigation commence!
Still unclear on two key facts. Mr. Frost's body came to be where we found it, and the source is a ubiquitarium.
You're right, we still need more intel.
Indeed, let's focus on the ubiquitarium first and foremost.
It's using stuff like this show up in paint, right?
Correct. It's also bright red in color and has distinctive minty fragrance.
Okay, sounds like we know what we're looking for.
Seems the police have already removed the body.
But why did the body of a victim from 18 years ago turn up in this fountain? And why was it all rotten and stuff? Did it slowly shuffle its way here?
Did I remind you that zombies aren't real? It seems likely that the body was preserved somehow.
Really? Is that even possible? Hey, Mr. Francis guy! Anything to report?
Yes, ma'am! Traces of both ubiquitin and asphyxian have been detected in the fountain.
I'm gonna say that they were probably carried here by the steam from the outing wing.
In addition to those two chemicals, there's also a large amount of sugar. The composition of the sugar is being analyzed as we speak. The sugar in the fountain. Where would it even have come from? Interesting. Miss Bound's tea set is laid out neatly on the serving cart. Pamphlet says the gallery is famous for its tea. Understandably so, the company we were given was delicious.
Looks like all of this stuff was designed by Mr. Frost.
Interesting. In that case, I think we better take a closer look. So this dishware was made by Artie Frost.
Looks very fancy.
Oh, it is. I'm willing to bet that this set can fetch something in the thousands of dollars. So let's not try to touch any of it unless we absolutely have to.
Whoa, this stuff's really worth that much?
Stop it, Kay. I can see your eyes lighting up. Miss Bound must really be a fan of Mr. Frost, like Miss Fender said to still have this.
Wait, that was it? Hey, Angie!
Oh, Larry. What is it?
You be careful with that teapot, you hear?
Why is Larry so concerned all of a sudden?
Honored guests. I can pour you a cup if you like.
Miss Bound.
Oh, Judy!
tea! I'm good, thanks! No tea for me, you two can knock yourself out. Hmm? Thank you for the offer. Yes, why not? Take a quick break won't hurt. 2 cups coming right up.
That smells great!
Aw.
Wow, it tastes even better than it smells! What type of tea is this, Miss Edgeworth?
It's Kalen, I believe. She was identifiable by its citrus aroma, but it's bound. It's just the same blend you served this morning.
Why, yes. Is it alright? There isn't anything wrong with it, is there?
Oh no, not at all. It's just that the cup you gave me earlier had a slightly different aroma.
Really? That's odd.
It's the exact same blend both times. I can see what could account for the difference.
Hey, what's the big idea? Quit being mean about Judy's tea, will you?
What's going under your skin, Larry?
Nothing, you're just rude, that's all. Don't even try to call me by my right name. I'm Slarice, don't name, dang it. You know what? I'm done. I'm not talking to you anymore.
Well, that was childish, even for him.
Wow, what happened there?
Let's ask him about it later, shall we? Talking to Miss Bound is more of a priority right now. We may not have any evidence to prove that she's the culprit, but it does seem likely that the poison gas was her doing.
Yeah. I was thinking that too. Is it?
No.
That's a bit off.
That's a bit too much.
No.
Just consider the information at hand.
That was a bit of a stretch.
Caddy containing Kalen tea leaves. Well-crafted canister. Designed to prevent moisture and sunlight from damaging its contents. Not a bad thing to use considering the quality of the blend Miss Bound serves. Yeah. Spoons. Tablecloth draped on the card is pure white and completely spotless.
Just waiting for me to grab it by the edge, clear my mind, and whoosh!
Hey, I cannot stress enough how bad of an idea that will be.
Oh, come on, what's the worst that can happen? If it does go all sideways, you just wind it up with a cool tea-colored tie-dye.
Yes, well, I'd rather it remained white, because I don't think Miss Bound would appreciate us meddling with it.
Really? But there are so many other colors that would totally work. Pink, sky blue, tea leaves brown.
I think that's everything. What is this cart doing here? Why is there a lift cart just sitting out there in the open?
Guess somebody must have been moving something heavy.
The top of the platform seems to be wet. No, I've got a funny feeling I've seen this thing somewhere before.
You mean like 18 years ago?
Yeah, it's all coming back to me now. I last saw it in Frost's room. He must have used it to remove the ice sculptures around. It's one of those fancy numbers where you can change not only the platform's height but even its angle. If you had one of these, you could move giant lumps of ice around no sweat.
Okay. Ooh, just think of the possibilities! I could really use one of these.
Still doesn't explain what it's doing here, though. Bit of a head scratcher, but we should give it a think, yeah? Indeed. After all, it might just have something to do with our case.
I will not talk to those two yet.
Mr. Winner was very clear that you're only allowed to investigate in this room. So I'm afraid I can't let you pass. Sorry, sir. It wouldn't make much difference if you did, officer. You're standing in front of a wall. Oh, but we all know a few bricks won't stop you, Mr. Edgeworth, sir.
Wow, he actually sounds kind of scared of you.
Just what kind of reputation do I have down at the precinct?
What is this splotch of dirt?
From the color and aroma, I'd say this is a bowl of spilled tea.
And look, there's a small clunk of ceramic on it. Guess somebody must have broke something.
I know that insignia, and a certain high-strung somebody just might know a little something too. Where were you before you rejoined us, Miss Bound? I had to go and tell our visitors we're closed. Oh, and hand out a little something in apology. Was there something you wanted to talk to me about? Yes, a few things actually. But least of all, the fact that I think you might be the one who set the poison gas trap. The original ice sculptures melted 18 years ago, correct? How did you manage to recreate them?
Oh, I know what happened. You know about what happened back then? In that case, you might also know I took pictures of them during the contest. I commissioned the creation of a set of replicas based on those photographs in this current exhibit. Why go through the trouble of creating replicas? Mr. Frost's Zodiac series was his great unfinished masterwork. I wanted to see it completed at last. Or rather, recompleted. It was my fault that the original set melted in the first place after all. I see. And is there any particular reason why the Winter and Autumn wings look so similar?
Oh my, you really think they look alike?
Perhaps I used some of the decorations for one and the other by accident.
He's clearly lying. I don't have the evidence to prove it just yet.
Well...
Do you also think of this?
The hunt is on.
The truth will come out.
But I don't know what that's about.
Bing! I guess we're going to find out.
Have I inadvertently stumbled onto the set of Cake Crimes the Musical or something? Not to her then. Where's Larry?
There he is.
I'm going to keep this simple, Larry. You're hiding something, so just tell me what it is. You dropped the teacup.
Well, quit it with the glare off you two. It's weird.
Ah, come on, Kay. You know me better than that.
I wasn't staring. I was struck by the idea for a picture. Now, Edgy, he was glaring.
Yeah, and I'll keep glaring at you until you tell us what it is you're hiding.
Cake Crime the Musical needs to be real. I beg of you, musical makers, let's get this done. Quit it! I already told you I'm not talking to you anymore.
You're talking to me right now.
I mean, from now on, I'm not talking to you ever again. Starting now.
It's getting me nowhere. I suppose I'll have to figure out what he's hiding first before I can get the whole truth out of him.
Well, you dropped the teacup.
Would you mind taking a look at this for me, Larry?
Why would you show me that?
Tell me, what is it about Miss Buns' tea set that got you so agitated? If you won't tell me, then perhaps you prefer to explain to Judge Gavel.
Wait, don't make me look bad in front of Verity. She thinks I'm a sensible, cool, clean-cut guy. Sure, Larry, sure.
I don't want to see the real me. I'm a real low-down, dirty me. I'm not so sure anybody here thinks you're particularly clean-cut, Larry. But if you don't want her to think badly of you, the best thing you can do is talk to me.
I don't talk, I'll talk.
Alright, Larry. Enough is enough. Now confess.
Is there any way to treat your best friend, Archie?
Is this any way for you to treat yours? Is it any way for you to treat yours? By lying to him, hiding things.
I get the picture already! Stop glaring at me like that, I'll tell you everything, okay?
Earlier I thought Verity might like a cup of tea, so I went to pour one for her. But I got distracted and my hand slipped and smash.
I broke the teapot! A priceless work of art! It's in pieces because of me!
No words exist to describe how far away I saw this coming from.
Ouch! Really messed up this time, Louise. See, Edgy? Everyone's going to think less of me now! Judy's never going to forgive me for this!
Crying to me won't do you any good. I think you need to apologize to Miss Bound. My teapot. I see.
I'm sorry, Judy. I'm so sorry. I don't have any money, but I'll paint your portrait. I'll paint you 50 portraits.
Please, Mr. Donim. It's really me you should be apologizing. How could I fail to notice that there were broken pieces of ceramics on the floor? Somebody could have been hurt. Here, let me make sure that's safely disposed of. The teapot in question was designed by Artie Frost, correct? I understand it was something you've long treasured. You must be upset. Oh, I am. But of course, all things break eventually. And as luck would have it, I have another identical teapot. It's far from the end of the world. Is she less attached to Mr. Frost's work than she used to be?
I can't believe this, Judy. You're the sweetest, the kindest.
It's other teapot you're talking about. It's the one sitting on top of the cart right now, right? What do you mean? Yeah, so when I smashed the first one, I tried to hide the pieces in the bottom of the cart. And that's when I saw that other pot on there, so I took it out and basically switched the two pots.
Oh!
Oh, I see.
Yep, that's everything I have to tell you. I'll be extra careful not to break the other one, I promise.
You have no shame whatsoever, do you?
sorry.
It's really quite alright. Thank you for being so honest.
See, Edgy? Isn't Judy the absolute best?
I trust she will take advantage of her kindness and will make amends somehow.
I sure will. Once I make it as an artist, I'm going to give her one of my paintings. She was one of my models after all. It's only fair.
At this rate, I suspect he's likely to make more trouble than amends. Don't you think it would be better for you to keep out of her way for a very long while?
Oh, but I will be keeping out of her way because I sketched her and the others already.
Hers and the others?
You see my work, huh? Yeah, I drew a few great sketches of some ravishing beauties. Wanna see? Interested in Lorita's ravishing beauties, huh, Miss Edgeworth?
I'm afraid you've greatly misjudged, Kay. Simply wish to see if Larry has captured any unusual details this time too.
Unusual details? Nothing's unusual about these. They're my best work yet. Really? I want to see them too. Oh, you're a sweetheart, Kay. Right, let me dig them out for you. Give me a sec, okay?
Suppose you might as well take a look.
So, these sketches of yours. Seriously, Edgy? You wanted to check out my art, you could have just said so from the get-go. Here, feast your eyes on this. Oh my god. Oh my god.
What am I looking at here?
I told you already. Ravishing beauties. Just a few of the fair faces I've caught my eyes since I've been here, you know? There's Verity and Judy and somebody else.
Why did you draw them all on the same page?
Well, I meant to draw the room at first, just something to pass the time. Then I saw one beauty and another, and well, I just scribbled them all down as I went.
So these were all drawn at different times?
Huh? Yeah, I guess. I did one of you too, Kay. You're on a different page, though. Wow, you did? I'm flattered.
How true to life are these sketches? Did you only draw what you actually saw?
Of course. You think I draw things I can't see? Like using my imagination. Nope, these are 100% true to life. Right down to the exact shade of each color.
The colors are accurate. Interesting. Much as it pains me to admit that Larry may have provided me with a useful piece of evidence yet again. The serving card in the sketch, for example, compared to the one here in the room.
Oh, the tablecloth is blue!
I think a little deduction is in order. Could I borrow this page for a while, Larry?
Sure thing. Want me to sign it for you?
Just a page, please.
Thanks, Larry. Tablecloth is the wrong color. Yes.
Eureka!
Eureka!
Larry, could I ask you something about your sketches?
Fascinated by the work of the great Louis Zodim, huh? It's a compensation, right?
Not exactly. This light blue tablecloth, you painted that exactly as you saw it, correct?
I already told you. Everything is exactly as I saw it.
But the tablecloth on the cards here in this room is white.
Wow. My head's so full of crazy theories, the simplest option passes you right by, huh?
What's that look for?
Listen, just before I drew that sketch, I was in the middle of some business with the card with the tea set on it, okay?
What kind of business?
That's right, it was the hiding the pieces of the teapot that smashed kind.
That's nothing to boast about.
Anyway, I was still in the middle of cleaning it all up when Judy came out of the winter wing. I didn't want to get busted for breaking the pot, so I quickly dove out of sight.
Oh! Wait, Miss Bond came out of the winter wing.
Yeah, she was pushing a cart. A different one. That's the one with the light blue tablecloth on it that I drew.
And what did she do with the second serving cart?
Well, I saw her wheel it into the summer wing, but I don't know what happened to it after that. When she came back out, she was pushing one of the other carts. The kind you can lift stuff with.
A lift cart?
Yeah, she called out, so I called out to her, but she just ran off and left it behind. Never had her down as a shy type, but it just goes to show, you never know.
Not a serving cart. And a lift cart.
Is there maybe another tea set too?
You better check with Miss Bound.
Well, I do have puzzle pieces. Well, the teapots were switched. Yes! That's the piece I missed. That's the piece I was missing.
I suspect the difference in the aroma we noticed is due to the teapots have been switched.
You do?
I
can't see what else it could have been. The tea itself hadn't changed. Why don't we ask Miss Bound just to be sure?
Miss Bound, the difference in aroma we noticed, do you think it could have been because of the different teapot?
I suppose so?
My cup just now had a subtle minty scent, rather like Juva tea.
Oh, I just remembered! I made some peppermint tea in that pot only yesterday. That must be where the minty aroma is coming from.
Ah. Could that really be it? And that's the pot with the ubiquitarium in it. Da-da-da-da! The tea from the teapot Larry switched in from under the cart smelled faintly of mint.
Right. Miss Bound said she used the pot to make peppermint tea yesterday.
Yes, but there's something else that's been troubling me. Miss Bound seemed more taken aback by the switching of the teapots than the breaking of one.
You're right. You'd expect it to be the other way around.
I suspect she might have been deliberately hiding the teapot underneath the cart.
But why?
One of Ubiquin's key characteristics is its minty fragrance. So what if she had been hiding some in that teapot?
What? In the teapot?
Simply a possibility, but one worth investigating, I believe. Mr. Wenner, any luck finding that ubiquitarium?
Oh!
My people have searched the entire gallery, but they haven't found anything yet. And what about you? Don't tell me you know where it came from. I may have an idea.
Ha! I knew it! If I can't find it, there's no chance of you... What? You do know where it came from?
Yes.
But where?
It's Bound's teapot.
Whoa! Nice piece. I like it.
Yeah, this looks like a fitting price for a natural-born winner. It's not a prize, it's a vital piece of evidence. Oh, it's just evidence. We'll have one of the forensics people check it out.
This kid, I swear to God. Mr. Edgeworth, is there some sort of problem with my teapot?
Possibly. The minty fragrance we noticed coming from it. I think it just might be the scent of one of the chemicals used to make the poison gas.
But, Mr. Edgeworth, surely you don't think I had anything to do with that?
I'm afraid I do. The method used to create the gas would have required considerable preparation. Nobody would have had the time or the opportunity to set that up, except you.
That's not strictly true. It took around a week to get Zodiac Hall ready for the exhibition. There were all kinds of people coming and going through here during that time, Felicia for one. Well, you see, I'm not the only person who could have set it up at all.
Miss Sconey's on our radar too, of course. You need worry about that.
And besides, I wouldn't know the first thing about making poison gas. So even if you did find some ubiquitarium in my teapot, I wouldn't have had any idea what to do with it. But I suppose we should see what the test results say first.
Miss Bound claims she doesn't know the first thing about making poison gas. We need to find a way to prove that she's lying. Edgeworth speaking.
Sir, it's me! Gumshoe!
Is everything alright, Detective?
Everybody's left the winter wing. It's just me in here now. Which means I can tell you what we found out.
You really shouldn't be sharing information about the investigation. But after the past week or so, I'm not about to stop him now.
The exhibits in here have all completely melted.
All that's left in the display cases is some stuff at the bottom.
More of it is in the Taurus case, in the Gemini case, though.
Describe the stuff for me if you can.
Yes, sir. It's like a pale blue liquid. It had the lab run... I had the lab run some tests just now. The sample from the Taurus case just had a bunch of sugar in it. But the one from the Gemini case had 3 different substances in it.
Which were?
Sugar, salt, and blood.
Blood? What are salt and blood doing in a Gemini case's sample?
Can't imagine whose blood it could possibly be, but I'll get it tested right away, sir.
Please do, Detective.
Oh, I also spoke over the radio with the forensics guy working the fountain room. He said they just got word that the sugar they found in the fountain matched the sugar in the pale blue liquid.
I see. That might well prove to be a significant development.
Thank you very much.
Anything else to report, Detective?
Yes, sir. We found one of those light-emitting devices here in the winter wing too.
There were few of those being used in the autumn wing to disguise it as a winter wing, as I recall. Seems that the equipment from 18 years ago is more than just for show. I need to talk to Miss Scone about this.
Anyhow, I better get back to it. I'll let you know as soon as we hear from the lab about that blood.
Yes, thank you, Detective.
Was that Gummy?
Seemed like he had a lot to say.
He did. I don't know if it was very useful. I'm going to prove that Miss Bounce's claims about who could have set up the poison gas trap are false. I need to talk to a certain somebody else who was here 18 years ago. Miss Scone, I'd like to ask you a few questions if I may.
Of course, dear. Fire away. Anything for you, Milesy Smilesy? And dear sweet little tooth decay.
I'd appreciate it if that was the last time you called me Milesy Smilesy.
I'm not a fan of tooth decay either.
We'll just have to like it or lump it. I can't change the nickname once I've settled on it.
Ugh. Well, guess we tried.
What can you tell us about the various devices used to decorate the gallery's exhibits? There seem to be some pretty specialized items in use. Light-emitting devices, luminous fabrics.
Oh, I can tell you all about those, dearie. After all, I'm the one who gave them to Moody Judy. It was my way of saying sorry after I broke the rules all those years ago. I brought her 4 lovely new salt lamps and I gave her the 4 pieces of luminous cloth I used for the contest.
Wow, that's super generous of you.
Well, us girls have to do our best, don't we? Not everybody understands, of course.
That better than you dig at me, Delish. I told you how kind I thought that was.
Yes, back when you were a dear, sweet, innocent baby boy. What happened to you, eh?
A dear, sweet, innocent baby boy. Mr. Fender. Can't quite picture that, I have to say.
These decorations are all the same as the ones you saw 18 years ago, correct?
Yep.
Salt lamps, glowing fabric, light-emitting doodads, the whole bit. There are 4 luminous cloths in use in the autumn wing. I'm sure I saw another one somewhere. Yeah! In the bag! Maybe I should jog our memories of something Miss Scone will tell us more. Here you go. You had a piece of fabric like this in your bag, did you not, Miss Scone? Albeit a somewhat grimier one.
Grimy? How rude! Not get people to cooperate with your little investigation like that, young man.
Shall I call it a dish towel then? Perhaps you use it to wipe up some sort of spillage.
A spillage, she says. The cheek! That's a piece of highly specialized luminous cloth.
Oh, I probably shouldn't have told you that. I think I'd like to know a little more about this highly specialized luminous cloth, if you don't mind.
Oops. Wrong button. No.
Oh my god, Edgeworth.
Talk to her.
Again. Miss Scone, you're something of a specialist. How might someone learn to make the poison gas that was used in the attack, Any ideas?
Well, any pharmacist who's ever handled infesticide ultra would know for a start. After all, it says right there on the label, do not mix this product containing ubiquium, ever.
What about a layperson? It's unlikely they'd know, wouldn't you say?
I suppose so, yes. Well, not unless they'd had a nose through the Ultimate Cookbook anyway.
Price from the contest 18 years ago.
The recipe for making Infesticide Ultra, along with that not mixing with ubiquium bit, is in there, you know.
It is. So you're familiar with the contents of the book?
Oh yes, dear, I know it inside and out. Because I work for the Tangaroa Group, you see. We're the company behind Cold Killer X. I'm sure you've heard of it.
Cold Killer X fights back sniffles and sneezes with ease, apparently.
Yeah. After Sammy Poople was found guilty, the company took custody of the book. But they only grant the most trusted people access to it, of course.
Which means Miss Scone is one of these elites, I suppose. Why didn't you want me to know you had a piece of luminous cloth in your bag?
Oh, well, I suppose there's no point hiding it now, is there? If you must know, I fished it out of the fountain. It was right before they called me into the autumn wing.
The Larry's sketch of Miss Scone is when she was trying to retrieve the cloth.
At first, I thought it was one of the ones I'd given Moody Judy.
One of the 4 you'd given to the gallery, correct?
Exactly, but all 4 were being used in the autumn wing, weren't they? So I realized it must be the one that went missing all those years ago.
Got your tap, Miles Edgeworth hater.
Hiya, Navsy. I'd already had my Infesticide Ultra pinched and used to make poison gas. But my clothes turned out to have been used in some sort of dastardly deed too. Well, I was going to look guilty as sin, wasn't I? So I kept it hidden in my bag and hoped for the best.
I see.
Oh, it does feel good to get it off my chest, though. Chest is still good for the complexion.
So the cloth that disappeared 18 years ago, the one that the victim was wrapped in, just happened to reappear in the fountain at the same time as the body.
Ah,
interesting. Do you mind, Mr. Winner? You're in my way.
I do mind, actually. And I'm not going anywhere. You just have to go around me. Well, we just thought you might want to move to a better spot, that's all.
What better spot? I demand you show it to me at once. Is that really all it takes to make you do whatever we want? I will speak to you once again. Are there 2 serving cards here at the gallery, Miss Bound? Oh, yes, why do you ask? A certain so-called artist showed us a sketch. Couldn't help but notice the color of the tablecloth. It's light blue. Light blue? I'm afraid your friend must be mistaken. I only used white tablecloths, slightly longer than start. That's one of the luminous cloths! Like the perfect wrinkle-free one on the cards here in the fountain room, right? Exactly. I saw so much as a blemish, I would replace it right away. Could the color of the tablecloth in the sketch simply be a mistake on Larry's part? No. Do you have any idea of what you might have been doing when the sketch was drawn? Let me see. I appear to be carrying out my usual duties. I'd like to ask you a little more about those duties, if you may. What exactly were you doing when the sketch was drawn? Because from what I can see, your card doesn't have a tea set on it. I was delivering some chocolates to the investigating officers. Aw, I'm jealous. I love chocolate. Well, there were a few left over, so here, for you both. I made them myself. I hope you like them. Woohoo! Thanks, Miss Bound. Well, why not? They're a little melted, but I suppose that's because they've been sitting around in your pocket. Chocolate!
They're super sweet. I love them.
I'm very glad to hear it. It may not be the prettiest, but I'm grateful for the energy boost nonetheless. Perhaps they could do with a little less sugar. What else? Thunder, do you have something to say? Hi there, Mazzarino. What's the situation with the investigation? Things are progressing. I think a fuller picture of what happened is beginning to emerge. Good to hear. Guess I better step up my game too then. This case seems to have a lot in common with the incident from 18 years ago. And how it's got the lot! Melting statues in the winter wing and even a murder victim's body.
But how did nobody ever figure out that the body had gone missing?
Frost had no family apart from his son. And, well, the kid kind of vanished. Nobody's seen him since around the time of the incident. Gusto's son, too. Him and his best pal from school both just up and disappeared.
What? They were never found?
Gusto's boy wasn't. Not as far as I heard, anyhow. Guess Frost's kids turned up in the end, though. He collected his inheritance at some point. But yeah, with no family around, just after the incident, Frost got no funeral, or nothing. So no need for the police to release a body, and no need for anybody to find out that they didn't have it. They filed the face autopsy report, and nobody's any the wiser. Well, almost nobody.
Still can't believe Mr. Von Karma would have stooped so low.
Really, you didn't? Tell me, Thunder, what kind of person is Miss Bound? Huh? Wait a minute. Don't tell me you've got a thing for her, Milester. I do not.
Chill, I'm just thinking you're Shane.
Anyway, what can I say about Judes? Well, she's a real brave trooper for one. What else do you call someone who waits around for 18 whole years like she has for Samson? Even after his extended family kicked her out of this place.
What? They threw her out?
Yep, Jules wasn't technically part of the family. There was nothing she could do. She had nothing, nobody. And no job after Samson took the fall. So she had no choice but to take what he taught her and make her own way into showbiz. She's retired from all that now, though. Yes, why did she retire? She'd finally made enough to buy the old place back. She even got the ultimate cookbook back from the Tangaroa group after they basically stole it. Really? Guess this place and everything to do with it was all she ever cared about. So she just wanted it back, all of it. Thunder seems sympathetic to Miss Bounce's plight. But from a less charitable perspective, she has, in a way, taken everything of Mr. Tangaroa's for herself. Well, then we know the truth. She knows how to make the poison gas. She did it. The ultimate cookbook contained instruction on how to create the poison gas. And the current owner of that book is none other than Miss Judy Bound.
No way! You mean?
I'm afraid I do. Miss Bound would have been perfectly capable of setting up the gas trap. Finally, we can prove that she's been lying to us. Da-da-da-da! And that's that. All that's left now is to await the results of the test on the teapot. It's almost 4 hours. Maybe one final cross-examination? I mean, she's the one who did it. Judy Bounce Testimony Part 1. I think we can quickly do this. Yeah, I'm gonna go over 4 hours today. I don't think we will finish the second part of the testimony, but I want to know the first part. April 2nd, 2:33 p.m. Zodiac Hall, Fountain Room. The test results have just come in, sir. Traces of ubiquitous were found in the teapot. They were? Just like Mr. Edgeworth said. Curse you! You better not think this means you beat me. You really need to drop this obsession with coming in first, Mr. Winner. We're all on the same side here, remember? We're all trying to get to the truth. What? But first is best. Everybody knows it's better to be a winner than a loser. That's really no way for a prosecutor to think. Not a successful one, anyway. But Enough. Mr. Edgeworth, please refrain from taunting the boy. Ignore him, Eustace. He isn't worthy of your attention. But, Cavell! Oh, alright. Why don't I take care of things here for now? In the meantime, we can perform the far more important task of going and checking on the victim. Oh, yeah, good idea. I'll be right back. Excellent. We shall see you shortly then. Mr. Winner's annoying but totally harmless. Judge Cavell, on the other hand. Now. Miss Bound, perhaps you could explain why traces of ubiquitous were found in your teapot. I had no idea there was anything like that in there. Perhaps this is not one of the ingredients in the dishwashing soap I use? So we're telling the court that you did not intentionally put ubiquitous in the teapot. Yes, exactly. Why would I? Until today, I had no idea it could have been used to make poison gas. Objection! You're a trained actress, are you not, Miss Bounds? I'd have thought you would be a more convincing liar. What do you mean? You have access to the Ultimate Cookbook, correct? A book that just happens to contain instructions on how to create the poison gas used in the attack. Meaning it's perfectly possible for you to know exactly how to make it. You're very well informed, Mr. Edgeworth. Miss Bound, is what Mr. Edgeworth said true? The book does contain information on how to make the poison gas, yes. But the fact that I have seen it doesn't make me guilty. Can I ask exactly how the gas was triggered? The victim used a blowtorch to heat the lid of one of the display cases, thereby melting the ubiquitous. I see. But he locked himself in the room too, didn't he? Surely that and the fact that he triggered it himself wouldn't it point to being a last act? So she's not willing to admit to anything. Furthermore, where would I have gotten hold of the Infesticide Ultra? Oh, I don't know. Perhaps you stole it. You know, I did bump into Murder Judy a week or so ago. And that very evening I noticed my Infesticide Ultra had gone missing. But surely you didn't. Delicia, you carry your bag of pharmaceuticals with you everywhere, don't you? There would have been any number of opportunities for someone other than myself to steal it from you. That's true. I don't have any hard evidence that it definitely was Miss Bound who stole it. Jude, there's clearly something you're not telling us. Why didn't you just come clean, We all know you'd never hurt somebody for no reason, so... Not you too. You think I'm guilty as well, Mr. Fender? Can you blame me? You've got one wing disguised as another. A gas trap in one of the display cases. And you're the proprietor of the establishment. It's looking a lot like you did it, kiddo. You've got this all wrong. You have to remember the gallery doesn't have any security cameras, nor any security personnel. If some ill-intentioned person or other wanted to get in undetected, I don't think they'd have much of a problem. Wow, you're practically asking to be burglarized. Need to be more careful. Great thief could have a field day in there. I don't think she's joking. And actually, it seems that Mr. Cousteau did in fact enter the gallery before it opened. Sheesh. Judy's one tough cookie. She's not budging an inch. Maybe it's time to rock a little technique Gregory taught me back in the day. What technique might that be? So, hear me out. Everything connected to what happened 18 years back, yeah? And since we're not getting anywhere by focusing only on the here and now, maybe we ought to approach this from a different angle and look to the past for clues instead. A turnabout in thinking. So my father used this method as well. As well, huh? Alright, so let's run this through the old Thinkatron. How was Juice involved in what happened back then? According to Miss Bound, it was because of her that Mr. Frost's flavored ice sculptures melted. Yet his sculptures are here on display at this very gallery today. Is it possible that she... Thank you, Fender. I think I know what I need to ask Miss Bound now. Uh-huh. That's like me. Thank you, Pops. Now take it away, Milesy. I'll grab the popcorn. Miss Bound, you say that you were the one who caused Mr. Frost's creations to melt 18 years ago, correct? I'm afraid so. I was young and foolish and it was a terrible accident. And yet, what you did allowed you to open this exhibit, no? What do you mean? Yes, what do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? If you're going to ask such questions, perhaps a formal testimony from Miss Bound might be the best. Yes, perhaps it might. I'd like to know a little more about the Zodiac Hall. About why Miss Bound decided to dedicate this space to Mr. Frost's works. Very well. If you believe it to be relevant to the case, I will allow it. Miss Bound, would you mind? Not at all. I'd do whatever it takes to prove that I'm innocent. Then please, if you give us some background on the Zodiac Hall and the pieces on the display here. Alrighty. Zodiac Hall.
It took 18 years, but at long last I was finally able to buy Sense's home back a little while ago. But a place like this is expensive to maintain, so I decided to turn it into an art gallery. To that end, I collected as many Paul Lick pieces as I could from around the world. Because if I'm honest, it's always been something of a dream of mine to open a space dedicated to his work.
How?
Thank you for your testimony, Miss Bound. How wonderful it is that you were able to fulfill your dream. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, everything seems entirely above board to me.
Judge Cavell?
I was simply the witness's preliminary statement.
As you surely know, the value of that testimony cannot be evaluated without due cross-examination.
Spoken like a true attorney. Very well. You may do what you must.
How?
Hold it!
Paul Halik. That was Mr. Frost's pseudonym, correct?
Yes, he adopted it while he was working as a sculptor in France.
I see. I'm curious about some of the pieces in your collection. More specifically, how you were able to acquire the Taurus and Gemini sculptures. It was my understanding that Mr. Frost died before he could complete them.
Yes, I was able to create replicas for the Winter Wing based on the photos of the sculptures he made.
Really? Perhaps you could go into more detail on that.
Because if I'm honest, it's always been something of a dream. I was able to create replicas for the Winter Wing based on photos of the sculptures he made.
What does that contradict?
What does it say again?
There aren't replicas! They were in... That's made of the same sugar! Yes! I'm afraid you've run out of road, Miss Bound. You can lie all you like, but you can't deny the results of the test conducted on the sculpture's remains. In those tests leaves no room for ambiguity. What you had on display weren't replicas. They were the very statues Mr. Frost carved 18 years ago.
Oh, I could probably help explain how they worked it out if you like, dear. It's the sugar, you see. I think sugar is sugar, but the composition is actually very unique. You could probably recreate the statues, but the sweet secret of their secret chemical make no chance.
Thank you, Miss Gong. I don't recall asking you for help, but still. To put it simply, the statues didn't disappear back then because they melted. They disappeared because you spirited them away and kept them hidden for those 18 long years.
What?
You kept a pair of flavored ice sculptures around somewhere for all that time? Huh. It's not the most out there idea in the world, assuming you had a big enough icebox.
Quiet, all of you. Miss Bound, have you anything to say in your defense? So you've already learned that much. Should I take that to mean and admit to having hidden the flavored ice sculptures in question? No, I admit to no such thing. You haven't proved that I was the one who took those statues away. And you won't, because it would have been impossible for me to do so in the first place. The police were already here when they disappeared. How could I have done it without them noticing? Huh, how indeed. I don't yet know exactly how you did it, but I'm far from ready to say that it was impossible for you to have stolen them away. You're a very persistent man, aren't you, Mr. Edgeworth? I am indeed, and I won't stop until I get to the truth. I see. Then I'd better tell you exactly what I did that day 18 years ago. What I did that day? The whole time before judging began, I was waiting upstairs in a living area on standby. During the judging, I had to go change the camera's film cartridge for Samson. But before I could take the camera back to Samson, I discovered Mr. Frost's body. Later, around when your father arrived, I began to make the rounds and serve tea to everybody present. That was when I saw Mr. Gusteau entering Mr. Frost's room. And those were my movements on the day it all happened. I hardly see how you could take issue with any of that. That's for us to decide, Miss Bound. Are you saying there's a contradiction in the story, Mr. Edgeworth? Or focus on proving the fact that you did indeed steal those statues? Question is, when she would have had the opportunity to do so? If I could pinpoint that, I may be able to prove what exactly she got up to. When? When did she have the chance to steal them? Oh my god.
Hold it!
Just as you did today. Yes, I went around and offered everybody working on the investigation a cup of tea. Present company included. I remember it well. You were here, there, upstairs, downstairs, everywhere in that little cart of yours. Interesting. Did anything strike you as strange around that time? Oh, yeah! Gregory was singing the praises of Judy's tea, and I think he mentioned his saucer was cold. His saucer was cold! How is this the moment Miss Bound stole the sculptures? Yes! Miss Bound, I believe this was when you stole the sculptures. I hate to contradict you, but the fountain room was full of witnesses at that point, Mr. Fender included. Are you suggesting that I somehow got the sculptures out of Mr. Frost's room right under everyone's noses? Yes. That is exactly what I'm suggesting. Miss Bound stole those ice sculptures, and she did it by hiding them here. Underneath.
Take that!
My father and Fender had no idea that one of the sculptures was mere inches away from them. Because it wasn't just a tea set that you were pushing around, Miss Bound, but a hidden ice sculpture in a glass case.
Overruled!
Surely such a thing would have been impossible. How would a case of that size fit on the serving cart? It would have been spotted immediately.
Objection!
Who said anything about a serving cart? I'm not sure I follow, Mr. Edgeworth. What are you suggesting she used instead? Suggesting that Miss Bound used this to transport the sculptures. A lift cart.
Take that!
And this is... the cart that Miss Bound used to move the flavored ice sculptures out of Mr. Frost's room 18 years ago. And it would appear that the very same cart is still here with us in this very fountain room. We originally bought it for use in the contest. And you're saying that Miss Bound loaded the Mr. Frost's sculptures onto this cart and carried them off. I am. As you can imagine, all one would need to do is lay a case on its side and add the tablecloth. It would look exactly like a normal serving cart, thus allowing her to move the sculptures around freely. Can it be? Holy moly, of course! That's why those sauces were so chilly! He was sitting on top of a big block of ice! Jules, how could you? Impressive. Then again, you are Mr. Gregory Edgeworth's son. I should have expected no less. There isn't a scrap of evidence that I stole the sculptures all those years ago now. And yet, I knew that no matter what I said or did, I'd always be under a cloud of suspicion. So you admit it? You admit that you stole them from Mr. Frost's room? Yes, I do. I took those sculptures in their glass cases out of that room 18 years ago. As Mr. Edgeworth correctly deduced, I dressed up the lift cart as a serving cart to do it. And slipped in and out of Mr. Frost's room while I was going around serving tea to everybody. In the end, I removed not only the sculptures, but the flavored ice Zodiac blocks as well. Zodiac blocks? I feel like I've seen them for myself before. There's a huge block of ice on display here. It must be incredibly heavy, or maybe not. With it being hollow in the inside. If the Winter Wing really is an exact replica of Mr. Frost's room from 18 years ago, then even though my father never saw them because it already melted, the Zodiac blocks must have been in the victim's room back then as well. When I had finished moving the 2 ice sculptures and the 2 Zodiac blocks out, I took 2 fresh empty cases to Mr. Frost's room and put them where the original 2 had been. Only the sculptures had been kept in glass cases, you see, to prevent them from being damaged. The blocks were a little more robust, so they had been displayed as is. As stated in the contest rules, we were responsible for providing all display materials, including cases. Meaning it would have been easy for her to prepare those empty spares she swapped in. Mr. Frost's room contained quite a few other flavored ice works in progress. I figured if I melted them down somehow, the resulting puddle would look like it came from the sculptures. And that is how the sculptures from 18 years ago came to be in the Winter Wing today. I have to say, Miss Edgeworth, that's quite a confession. Indeed, I think she offered it so willingly because she knows there's nothing we can do with it. That's all I have to tell you. However, despite everything I've shared, you can't charge me with anything now, can you?
What? How did you figure that?
I would have thought you might know at least this much, given we're at the crime scene. I suggest you memorize the various statutes of limitations outlined in this book.
Statutes for dummies! Statutes of what?
Oh my god. Statutes for limitations. Simply put, Kay, prosecutors only have a certain amount of time within which they can put a suspect on trial for a given crime. Let's take a closer look, shall we? 15 years from the date of the crime.
So it's different for every crime? Murder 15 years, that's 7 years.
Yes, Miss Bound stole the ice sculptures 18 years ago, so it's too late to have her arrested for that crime.
I don't believe it. Theft is a serious matter, especially when it involves the removal of evidence from a crime scene. However, as you yourself just pointed out, Miss Bound can no longer be prosecuted for her crime. Rendering your revelation rather pointless. What did you say, Miss Edgeworth?
Objection!
Huh, I wouldn't be so sure about that. For you see, the theft of the ice sculptures isn't my principal interest here. I find the body that reappeared 18 years ago after the theft to be considerably more interest.
Are you suggesting that I also hid Mr. Frost's body?
I am indeed.
But how do you keep a body hidden from 18 years without anybody finding it?
By hiding it in a very unusual way. Oh my god, my hunch was correct!
Ooh, now this is interesting!
Are you telling me that you know where the body has been for all this time, Miss Edgeworth?
It's not such a big leap if you think about what Miss Bound has told us already. Let's just say it wasn't just flavored ice that she removed from Mr. Frost's room back then.
Very well. If you are confident in this claim, let us put it to the test. Tell me, Miss Edgeworth, where exactly was Mr. Frost's body hidden?
In the freaking statue!
A photograph of Mr. Frost's works.
And of the victim's body, Your Honor.
You will have to forgive me, but I don't see what you mean. Where exactly in this photograph is Mr. Frost's body?
The victim's body is hiding right here.
Take that!
The Gemini sculpture.
Yes, it may look like a sculpture at first glance, but it is in fact Mr. Frost's corpse.
Well, surely you can't be serious. I don't see anything in the photograph to support such a wild claim.
Objection!
That's because a certain piece of evidence was used to hide the body in plain sight.
And what piece of evidence might that be? The court demands that you present what was used to conceal the body.
Luminous cloth.
Take that!
One of the cloths from the other wing.
Yes, when it's made to glow in just the right way, it's so visually convincing you might mistake it for ice. Is that right, Miss Cone?
Well, yes, dear, but you can make it look like just about anything, really. Even blazing fire. And the right shade of blue will make it look like ice, yes. Exactly like it, in fact. Is it not the case that a certain special device is needed to generate those colors, though?
Objection!
Huh. If you care to take another look at the photograph of the winter wing, Your Honor, you notice there is a small box connected to the bottom of the Gemini display case. And only the Gemini case. That's one of the very light-emitting devices in question. Typhon Gumshoe even confirmed its presence. In fact, this particular device went missing 18 years ago. Back then, it was no doubt firmly connected to the cloth inside the display case. Which means Miss Bound had no choice but to take it with her when she removed the sculpture. So you see, this cloth and the light-emitting device were being used to create the illusion that Mr. Frost's body was in fact a statue carved from ice. No, this can't be.
Wait, so you're telling me that when we took that photo of us in the winter wing, yes, we were standing right in front of the body.
But the body and the cloth were both recovered from the fountain. Why were they found in there if the body was supposed to be in the winter wing disguised as a sculpture?
Objection!
Because there would have been no mystery as to how the body had been hidden if we had found it as is. Miss Bound needed to remove Mr. Frost from the winter wing in order to throw us off the scent.
Ridiculous. I don't recall her sneaking around behind our backs since we were a body in the fountain.
No, she didn't need to. Because she had another method at her disposal. Ah! Her trusty lift card. The same card that proved so useful in executing her original theft. I believe she wheeled the body into one of the other wings and floated it down the stream to the fountain. Frozen body, being quite solid, probably got stuck somewhere along the way. It is only the cloth appeared at first. The cloth Miss Scone discovered.
And then the body followed afterwards once it had thawed enough? It's an ingenious theory, Mr. Edgeworth.
But can you prove that it was me? Yes.
It's a little unfair to expect me to accept your accusation without proof, don't you think?
But what about an eyewitness? Do you think someone must have spotted her when she was moving the body?
As a matter of fact, I do. A contradiction in the piece of evidence I was provided will shed light on exactly how Miss Bound moved the body as well.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you have any evidence to support your allegation?
Of course, I have a piece of very compelling proof right here.
Then please present it to the court. What evidence do you have that proves Miss Bound acted as you claim?
One sec. I hope we're almost done. I'm out of water. Let's hope so. Ta-da!
More drawings. And is that me?
Yes, Mr. Butts drew sketches of people as they passed through the fountain room. But what I'm interested in is the card we can see here.
Miss Bound's serving card. What about it?
You don't see it. She's using the same trick she used 18 years ago. Ergo, we know that Miss Bound was busy moving Mr. Frost's body when this picture was being drawn.
What?
If I may, I don't see Mr. Frost's body anywhere in that sketch. All I see is a picture of me delivering chocolates to everyone. Really, then allow me to direct your attention to the color of the tablecloth, Miss Bound. The originally thought Mr. Butts had made an error, but it assured me that it couldn't possibly be the case.
This tablecloth appears to be light blue.
Yes, a shade of tablecloth that Miss Bound doesn't seem to own. The cloth only appears to be light blue due to the body hiding just underneath.
But the shape of the card is perfectly rectangular, just as one would expect. Surely it would be immediately obvious if the tablecloth was being draped directly over the body.
Objection!
Not if the body had been placed inside one of the hollow zodiac blocks in the winter wing. Place one of those on the lift card and it easily passed muster as a regular serving card, wouldn't you agree?
Goddess of justice.
Miss Bound, surely now you must admit that it was you who moved the body, just as you did 18 years ago.
I didn't expect you to deduce all that from a single simple sketch. That sketch alone isn't really enough to prove your theory, is it?
Huh. Needn't worry on that front. My case doesn't rest solely on Mr. Butts' artwork. Once you had disposed of the body, your serving card became a simple lift card once more. This is exactly what we discovered here in the fountain room. And without a serving card, you had to find some place to put your chocolates.
My chocolates? The ones I was handing out?
As you saw in the sketch, you had originally placed them on top of the cards. But the chocolates you gave us came from your pockets.
Oh yeah, mine must have melted. They're still super sweet and tasty though.
Why did you suddenly feel the need to put the chocolates in your pocket, Miss Bound? It's because you no longer had a serving card to put them on, that's why.
One moment, please. You have explained what Miss Bound did with the chocolates in the lift cart. But what about the tablecloth? Where did it go? Indeed, if stashing the chocolates in her pocket was the only solution she could think of, that Miss Bound had the time to dispose of an entire tablecloth. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you have an answer for me?
Miss Bound didn't hide or dispose of the tablecloth, Your Honor.
In fact, it is right here in front of us. Perhaps you would care to enlighten us. Where exactly is the tablecloth Miss Bound used to hide the body?
On Miss Bound's person. Miss Bound has a tablecloth on her person, and in plain view, in fact.
In plain view? No, surely you don't mean...
Miss Bound, it's the cloth around your waist, isn't it? And given that the Zodiac blocks weren't kept in glass cases, that cloth would have been in direct contact with the ice. All we would need to do to confirm my theory is test the cloth for traces of the sugar used in Mrs. Frost's work. The game is up, Miss Bound. It's time to come clean.
You don't need to test the tablecloth. Everything you said is true. I stole Delicia's Investicide Ultra, and it moves Mr. Frost's body. It was me. It was all me. Delicia, I'm so sorry. Last week I went into your bag and took it. And then I put it in his pocket, hoping to make it look like he had tried to do himself in. I also made sure to leave no fingerprints but yours, just in case the police suspected foul play.
Judy! You... Oh gosh! But Jutes, why? Weren't we supposed to be on the same side? While fighting together to free Samson?
We were, but I couldn't afford to get arrested. Not yet. Not until I'd finally proved that Samson is innocent. I always planned to give myself up in the end, I swear. I know it's easy to say that now, but...
Why do it this way, though? It's not like you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Fender. I've caused you so much trouble. I've been the guilty party all along. Ever since that day 18 years ago.
Are you trying to tell us that the true culprit in the IS-7 incident was you?
I committed a terrible crime. I took those sculptures and I stole them for purely selfish reasons. The moment Mr. Frost died, they became more than mere entries in a confectionery contest. They became the final works of Samson's favorite artist. I couldn't allow them to just melt away. Not before he came home. And that meant I couldn't let anybody near them. Not even the police. So I hid them. I knew it was wrong, but I had to. I put them in the cold storage room for safekeeping. But what I'd actually done was far worse than anything I could have possibly imagined. Because who would have thought that Mr. Frost's body itself was posing as one of the sculptures?
So she didn't know about the body when she stole the sculptures.
Samson is a kind man. A saint. He could never kill anybody. Never! Yet, because of what I did, the police never found Mr. Frost's body and Samson is found guilty. After all he'd done for me, he was my family. The only family I ever had. He was the most important person in the entire world to me.
Jude.
After his conviction, I was forced out of our home. I was finally able to return only a few days ago. And when I did, I went to the cold storage room to check up on the sculptures. And that's when I saw it. Mr. Frost's body. It had been there the whole time. Of course, by that point, the statute of limitations had expired. So I did what I did today. Because it was the only way I could think of to make things right.
Seems I've misunderstood her intentions. Everything she's done really has all been for Miss Tangaroa's sake.
Hey, what are you thinking about, Miss Edgeworth?
Something that's been puzzling me. Why did Miss Bounce use poison gas? Why not a more reliable method? Why disguise the autumn wing as a winter wing? The only reason I can think of is to confuse someone who was here 18 years ago.
Yeah, I wonder what she had in mind.
She's trying to prove that Mr. Tangaroa is innocent. Miss Bound's ultimate goal must be to find the true killer. And she found him. Could she have been trying to discover the identity of the true culprit? Miss Bound, your ultimate aim was to see Mr. Tangaroa cleared of all charges, correct? And to that end, you had to expose the real killer and have the police find the body from 18 years ago. Is my understanding of your intentions correct? Exhibiting the sculptures was sure to force the killer to return to the crime scene. After all, they were the only person apart from you who knew that the body was hidden in the icework. So they would have freaked out, thinking the body was about to be discovered and come running, yeah? Exactly. Miss Bound ran the risk that the killer might successfully cover the tracks this time. In the worst case scenario, they might even have been able to remove Mr. Frost's body from the scene. And how could she lure the true killer into revealing themselves without putting vital evidence at risk? Oh, I see what you're getting at. You're saying that's why the Autumn Wing was all winter wingy. I am. You were betting on one thing, Miss Bound, weren't you? That whoever opened the Pisces case you had so carefully disguised as a Gemini case would be the real perpetrator of the IS-7 incident.
No.
But that would mean the real killer was...
Overruled.
Enough. Not another word. Do you realize the implications of what you are saying, Miss Edgeworth? Are you prepared to stand behind the accusation you are clearly about to make?
Yes. Miss Bound set a trap for Mr. Frost's killer, meaning that whoever found themselves caught in that trap is highly likely to be the guilty party. But I lack the evidence to support such an assertion. To accuse someone without any evidence is not to be done lightly, so should I really go ahead and make my accusation and name Mr. Frost as killer nonetheless? Yes! My ultimate goal is to see the truth exposed. And to do that, I need to seize a moment. Yes, Judge Cavell, I am prepared to stand behind my accusation. I know exactly who it is to blame for the IS-7 incident. Da-da-da-da!
Take that!
Mr. Cousteau, the victim of the poison gas attack is the perpetrator behind the IS-7 incident? Goosey?
Mr. Cousteau. Miss Bound, as you have established, you knew that the opening of the gallery would learning the real culprits. As you set up the poison gas trap in order to catch them, do you dispute the facts thus far?
You're a very impressive man, Miss Edgeworth. Just like your father. And of course, you're absolutely right.
Then perhaps you could tell us exactly what happened in your own words.
Of course, I have nothing to hide anymore. So I might as well tell you everything.
As you said, I set a trap here in the gallery to try and catch Mr. Frost's killer.
Before we opened, I made sure that the door to the Autumn Wings was the only one that was unlocked. When opening time came, I went around to unlock the doors of the various rooms. I found that the Autumn Wing had been locked from the inside. The killer is on the other side of the door. The thought, well, it frightened me.
And then she simply walked away, leaving him to fall victim to her poison gas trap.
When I heard that Mr. Cousteau was being treated for gas installation, that's when I knew he was a murderer. All that was left was for the police to find Mr. Frost's body and then Sansa would finally be proven innocent. At least, that was my plan.
Jules, why didn't you tell me? You know I'm always here for you, right? You could have found another way. It didn't have to be like this.
Thank you, Mr. Thunder. You've been so very kind to me all these years. But I'm the one who created this mess. So it was set up to me. So it was up to me to try and clean it up. I didn't care what it took, as long as I could get Samson out of that awful place.
Judy.
18 years ago, the police managed to cover up the fact that Mr. Frost's body had gone missing. If I went to them now and said it had reappeared, I was afraid they might have tried to cover things up again. So I worked to set up a very public incident here in the gallery in front of as many witnesses as possible.
I'm so sorry, Judy. You, Samson, Gregory, I let you all down. Thunder, this can be easy for him.
No, I'm the one who should be apologizing. Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Thunder, I hope one day you can forgive me. And whatever punishment I have to face, I'm ready to accept it. But please, if I may ask one thing of you, is that you simply must clear Samson's name.
The way the truth of these past 18 years had come to light was unexpected, to say the least. And yet, it only set us down a path towards an even more shocking end. And that's it for today. I am very tired. The committee's view. I think it's time for me to end it. I am very tired.
Woo! We did it! Good job, gang!
Only 15 minutes overtime. Thanks for the streams. Thanks for coming by as always. Your presence is always appreciated.
Well...
Oh. Well, I don't know how many times I will stream next week, but I do have a lot of availability, so... We'll see. We'll see. Okay, so with that done, I shall leave. Thank you very much for watching, everyone. And we'll see you all next week. See ya. Have a good rest. Thank you.